All right. Volume is good. Everything's solid. Can you guys hear me? Testing one, two, three. Testing one, two, three. Well, make sure this thing is good. Okay. Yep. Yep. I hear it over there on YouTube. So that means we solid. What's going on, everybody? Peace, power, and profit to the family on this awesome Saturday. Uncle Josu Neb. Wish you guys life, prosperity, and health. Uh, as we embark on another, again, Gregorian calendar new year, it is 2021. And interesting enough for us, who follow the market or anything that has to do with obviously, financial literacy as a whole, but more importantly, the markets, we're now witnessing, again, this cycle or this cyclicality value, if you want to call it that. But I like to say it's an evolution in a lot of ways because obviously the EV market is new, it's innovative value. So it's not necessarily overly, uh, you know, uh, already kind of benchmarked about it pretty much, right? That's known because there's going to be evolving aspects of technology. There's going to be evolving aspects of, different companies who are obviously used to be ICE vehicles now coming into this space. We're already starting to hear news that, some of these companies that don't even deal with automotive industry aspects within their business or their portfolio, they're now wanting to come into the space because it is a hot space. So everybody wants to be in the EV market, and they actually, believe that they have something to bring to the table, meaning their own aspect of technology, their R&D, their logistical, value that they may also have to bring out a better scenario, and obviously bigger money, right? right, bigger money war chests. So this is going to be interesting. So today, guys, as you can see on the screen, as you can see down in the description box, coach, I'm always trying to put some information down in the description box, something informative, right? We just don't do dry information runs on this channel. Of course, I'm learning like everybody else, so I'm learning with you guys together. And so, when we have scenarios like this, and a big event day like Neo Day was today, of course, we're going to get into all that. And again, so thank y'all for coming through. Like, share, subscribe to the video. In that case, uh, these are good moments for us to kind of R&D how we'll look at the space as a whole, look at the stock as an individual, and do our compare and contrast analysis to that of what other stocks that's within this space. Excuse me, clear my throat, a la Tesla, right? A la Tesla, right? And so this is going to be an interesting session here. Not going to be on, again, crazy long. I'm pretty sure you guys been looking all through YouTube today. You seeing everybody else out there posting about Neo. They got their perspectives about what happened with the Neo Day today. You guys probably sat through Neo Day like I did, all those hours or whatever, watched all the pageantry stuff before they got down to the nitty gritty. And then they began to unveil what we actually came to see, right, in terms of investors, right? For us, it's about doing research, right? This is how we do our homework, right? We sit in, we hear all this, the numbers, we go through all the hype, right? We go through all the spectacle aspect of it, and then we say, well, okay, what really makes sense here? Where's the dollars and cents aspect of this here, right? Where's the future outlook, the growth perspective, and all those things? And so when we get that kind of level of information, we're more informed to make more critical decisions based upon whether we want to invest in the stock, whether if we are in the stock, if we want a dollar cost average, or just leave it as being, just let it play out, right? And so, of course, we already know that Neo, leading up into the event, it already made a major run. Of course, I was very adamant about that. Nearly 2-3 weeks ago, I kept beating the drum, telling everybody, hey, get ready for Neo Day. This is what I'm looking at, and this is what I'm looking to do, and in a lot of ways. So I took my position based upon the value of the buy the rumor, sell the news kind of reality, right? We know Wall Street definitely moves in that perspective, and we need not be surprised when it happens. Uh, you know that, hey, that's what everybody's already front loading for, and that's how you can make you a quick buck, ahead of the curve, so to speak, if you just take the time to do what, right? Be responsible, knowing that people are going to want to be a part of this hype, right? This hoopla, right? All this, suggestive, money that could possibly be made based upon the fact that people feel like the stock is already underpriced. That could be what discussed, whether it's true or not. But again, we are still under the aspect that we always do what? Follow the money first, right? We've been taught, we've been trained to always do what as investors and traders? Follow the money, right? You're never going to get around that. No matter how you try, it's no need to be a contrarian trader to what the trend value of where the large aspects of money is going and flowing into a stock, right? And so with that being said, again, because we'll discuss a little bit of that today as well. In terms of, if people obviously, if you did take a position on the stock or you're a long-term investor, of course, you know, please let us know down in the description box or in the chat scenario in itself, and tell us exactly what you may be looking at in terms of stock, your future outlook, or what you may feel like Monday may bring to the stock, whether it may sell off, or and I say sell off because it's more of a buy the rumor, sell the news. Not like it's just gonna be like, oh, this event was horrible and you just sell the stock and be done with it. Of course, I don't know too many people who would want to do that, given the fact that the stock already went from $1.19 up into where it's at right now. And we talk about in a year's time frame, roughly this 6,000%, it's just unheard of, right? Kind of like Neo was left for dead. They hit some, somewhat, bad turbulent water and turbulent winds at some point. They was put on a lot of different, microscopes and allegations that was surfaced around the company, and the stock plummeted, right? This whole idea that China was obviously under scrutiny because of what the tariff situation that Trump obviously deployed against China and all that. You guys sat through it like I did, right? 2018, 2019. I mean, it was nothing sort of just fireworks every day, surrounding a lot of these different scenarios in these companies, right? But we talking about if there ever was a turnaround story, right, for a stock in 2019, of course, Neo's going to be that one, right? No and if buts about it. Whether you like the space, don't like the space, like the stock, don't like the stock, right? Neo was the turnaround kid of 2019. You're talking about a stock that was pretty much going down, looking like it was headed to the OTC markets, right? It turned around from $1 and change and went all the way up to where it's at now, like $59 and change, right? Well, obviously went up there near towards that area, I should say. And so to me, that's revolutionary, right? As you can see here on the screen here, of course, after hours, it breached that $59 level. So, of course, we made all new highs, even after hours on the stock, right? After, having a bang out day of going up over 8%, up near 8.5% on the day. This is just revolutionary. Again, keep in mind, this is under the same energy where we dealt with a market that was under a lot of pressure because of what was happening in Washington, with the riots and everything else. And the market was just trying to, do what it wanted to do based upon, it's getting excited, meaning Wall Street getting excited about, a Democratic, House and Senate in terms of the stimulus money, right? Because, Wall Street feeds off what? Taxpayer stimulus money, right? They like that above all things, right? That's why they buy the fear and sell greed. And so all the time while people like, oh, the world's going to fall tomorrow, COVID is, running rampant. Now we got to, ride on Washington, and the Senate and and the House is going to be controlled by the Democrats, and they're going to raise taxes on the wealthy, and this can't be good for the stock market, right? Well, guess what the stock market did? Well, it pretty much shrugged all that stuff off and went up and made it what? A bang out move. All right, a bang out move. Pretty much, if you look at the 5-day chart here, right? A bang out move coming down from there 366, basically all the way up as high as like what 381, up near 382, up near the after our session and trading, obviously last Friday. So that goes to show you right then and there how you can be a person who's obviously taking in all this news and all this chaos that it seems to be around you, and you would say to yourself, well, this can't be good for the market, right? The market has already just been running on fumes as it is. It's just an overbought Ponzi scheme, or however people want to call it and how they've been seeing it. And the market looks at you and dead in the face and does what? Goes high and rips your face off if you try to contrarian trade it. Right, so all your puts were pretty much dead in the water unless you bought them at the most opportune time. Of course, like in this case right here, when it pulled back a little bit there from 371 down to 369, you maybe got a point off that. All right, obviously the spot trades would have been, but pretty much a good delta in terms of options. If you buy options, you had another chance here Wednesday at 376 to pull all the way back down to 373. You got a little chance there, but outside of that, of course, you had to been very surgical in your trading. All right, so you came out better just buying long the entire week, as we saw. Of course, hindsight is 2020, and made out pretty well. Right, again, you're talking about from 366 all the way up to 382, dang there. Right, what a bag, right? What a bag, right? Just a nominal value. If you just bought 366 calls in the money there, you would have ended the week. Of course, even given the theta aspect, we'll say a minimum around $800-900, right? A minimum about $800-900, right? That trade probably would have cost you every bit of, let's say maybe $1.50. Right, $1.50 somewhere around there, give or take, right? And so you would have made out about $800-900 to $1,000 off that trade in 1 week, just a buy and hold kind of scenario there. That would have been a phenomenal trade, right? And so that's what kind of trades that we're into. We're into making good calculative decisions to find these kind of trades, right? And so with that being said, that's why we were able to also front load Neo, right? We bought Neo stock under that same mentality that people are going to buy this hype up, right? Everybody's looking to really solidify whether or not Neo is going to be that number two to Tesla to challenge them well into the future. Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys already have your own opinion. You probably already thinking to yourself, man, you know what? Hey, I'm already pretty confident. I think that Neo's going to be, pretty much, the Tesla killer, right? Because some people are already saying that yeah, Neo's going to be the Tesla killer, right? Is to be what? Is to be determined, right? But with that also being said, of course, that's why, when you think about it, it's more, it's enough to go around for everybody, right? It's still a young market, right? It's no, it's no mistake why you're seeing people like Apple, of all people, like Apple Incorporated, right? The company that sells computers and cell phones and wants to get into the service industry and do movies and all that. Now they want to be in the what? The EV space in terms of an automobile, right? Be it they want to be the brains behind it or the actual, try to build out their own powertrain and engine, who knows, right? However they're going to come at, it's going to be very tech laden, right? If nothing else, you're going to look at Apple and say, you know what, if Apple's going to build an EV vehicle, it's going to be based upon a lot of their what? Technology, right? That they already have in house. That Apple integration, right? Integrated with your smartphone, right? Integrated with your smartwatch, right? You're going to have, laptop and tablet connectivity to your what? To your vehicle, right? They're going to have that locked and sold up, right? And so of course they have a somewhat of a head start in that space. But I would also say I wouldn't give them that title, that mantle right out the gate, because you think about what Tesla has been able to do as the front runner. They're pretty much, going 100% vertically integrated on everything. They're building their own modules. They're building their own, again, computing processing aspects. They obviously, they got away, left the relationship that they was dealing with NVIDIA earlier, and they start, making their own kind of, finding ways to get their own processing values for the computing power, especially for the full, service driving value, right? The full, basically autonomous driving. Tesla's doing everything in house, right? They do all their manufacturing. They even build the machines that make the parts for the stuff that they need, right? When you talk about vertically integrated, Tesla is the business model that any EV company would love to have at this stage in the game. Hence, that's why they're the big dog on the planet, right? And until that, they get dethroned, well, they're going to continue to keep, obviously, what? Aggregating market share. And so we look at even Tesla stock, before we get into all the Neo event day stuff here, we're just doing like a little precursor, right? You look at the stock on the week, you talk about a stock that was trading at what, about $700 and change, right? Back on Monday, right? 719, and went up and hit as high as what? Up near 890, right? I think it was somewhere around there. I want to say, what is it? Yeah, 880, somewhere around eight. No, it was like eight. No, where it's at now, 880 and some change, 880 and some change, right? Of course, my Tesla position is looking really good, right? Right. My average position on the stock right now is around about $300 and some change, like low 300s. Right? I just been add. I add every week. I add when I count the week. I definitely add every month. Right. Every month I have what they call, just basically just allotment going straight to my Tesla stock. Right. And then I buy it in other accounts as well. So I just been adding, because you guys know as well as I know, if Tesla ain't the type of stock that you just, buy and hold based on all the things that we've been able to coalesce now in terms of the data and their future potential growth, them obviously now becoming profitable, then I don't know what to tell you, right? You're just gonna keep missing out. You keep convincing yourself that it's overbought, right? Every time you say it's overbought, guess what it do? It go higher. It punishes you, right? Every time you say it's go overbought, it does what? It punishes you. It goes higher, right? Look at this. I mean, on the 6-month chart alone, just make you, your eyes water up, right, with tears, like enjoy, right? These are what they call joyful tears, right? 274 here, back on August 11th. Of course, this is what they call the post-split chart, obviously in this case, right? But again, you think about it, 274 is back in August, right? We're talking about not even what, 5-6 months. The stock is already up near $900 a share. Like, are you kidding me? Right? You're talking about already over 200% move already, right? Already in the 250% plus, whatever. And, about 5-6 months. Again, those kind of returns are what keeps people excited about wanting to trade Tesla. And those who have yet to want to trade Tesla, who still think that it's overbought and they keep missing out on the opportunity to get in, they're being punished. Right? And so, of course, you know how that go. You got to have that moment where you're going to either capitulate or you're going to say, well, you know what, at some point, I just start dollar cost averaging in. right? And that's the question you got to ask yourself. Do you think Tesla, is ever going to pull back to, 500, right? 400 or somewhere around there, right? $1 million questions, right? Very possible questions. At the point where the stock is still what? In its evolution perspective, right? And we got all this new information surrounding these SPACs, right? We're going to talk about that a little later, maybe. How they can even, easily now kind of deviate off the business brand of Tesla alone and do all these other different great things. Right? We already know that SpaceX potentially could be a scenario where he may take that company private, public, obviously via that of a SPAC, or he may just do it out direct listing, right? Or a formidable IPO type listing, right? Either way, direct or just do it through the value of just wanting to raise money through bringing in shareholders, through the underwriters and all that stuff. Right. So again, it could be interesting nonetheless. But for us who've been riding this wave for quite a while now, even when Tesla was kind of left for dead and everybody was beating up on it, like the biggest bears out there, right? Because people like Jim Chanos, right? Right. Everybody know Jim Chanos is like he's like Les Luthor to Elon Musk, right? He's like the one of the biggest bears out there when it comes to Tesla, and him shorting the stock and he get burnt a lot, then he'll turn around and get a good win, and then he'll get burnt some more, but I mean, he's constantly trying to let people know, hey, this is why I feel this way about this stock, right? So again, that's whatever. We'll let them do that, but on the long term perspective, we're going to stay where the money's at, and the money is telling us to do what? Trade the asset, right? Stay in the stock base, not trade it away, but stay long term invested. If you already are not long term invested in the stock, right? Again, no need to try to contrarian trade what the trend is already showing you, and what it's been doing, right? Basically what it's been doing, right? So again, that's important to know that. All right. So now getting back to the topic at hand. Again, what's going on, everybody? We got some new families that popped up in the building. As always, happy to see you guys in the house. Over Brandon in the building today. All right, resident holding it down. Right. We have our family Jay Shelton in the house today. Peace, power, and profit. Overseas in the house today. Peace, power, and profit to you. I found the Raul Tooley in the house today. Happy to see him here as always. Kind words there. Thank you for that, man. I'm just a small fry. You know how I go. Small fish in a big pond here. But thank you for that. We have Over Rich B in the house today. Happy to see him here. Again, guys, growing and getting this knowledge up. And I mean, I'm loving it, guys. Happy to see you guys are growing and expanding, as I should say, right, in your endeavors. Right, but the awesome, illustrious Miss Camille Gaynor Jones in the house, right? Resident, all things getting at it, right? I just say she's a getting at it type of lady. So she always out there making moves, especially in that forex market. And so happy to have her here. All right, we have Over J Diligent in the house today, right? Of course, that's his YouTube slang name for y'all that know him, right? Over Sanders in the house. We'll just leave it at that. If y'all know who he is, happy to have him in the house, right? My college roommate in the building today. Happy to hear, see him here too. And again, like I said, anybody that may be tuning in that may not have typed in the back chat, thank you for coming through. Thank you for being, again, a view, value, or a trusted, supporter of this platform. Thank you guys as well. All right. So with that being said, let's get down to business, right? So Neo Day, right? Neo Day, the good, the bad, the ugly. As you can see, how I've pretty much titled my, I guess this live stream, the good, the bad, the ugly. So some people say, well, what was ugly about it, right? What was bad about it? Well, of course, there's always going to be varying opinions, right? And that's why I want to leave that open to what you guys to be able to make, the type of decision that's going to be good for what makes sense to you and your money, right? And so the event in itself, of course, it kicked off a lot of, again, pent up hype, a lot of pent up, where's the stock is going to go, what potentially could be, the ramifications of this, this unveiling of this new, obviously, sedan vehicle, which everybody was waiting on. Hence, that's one of the reasons why everybody front loaded the stock into his move, of course, including your brother. Right, I ended up buying basically there's 2 call options. I didn't do anything special on the option side. Of course, I actually own Neo in a long-term position as well, just like Tesla. But I instantly also said I'm gonna benefit off this this short-term pop, right? The short-term hype that's going to be surrounding the stock up until the event, right? And capitalize on it, right? So again, I had 2 $50 calls, right? $50.50 strike calls that I bought literally Thursday into the new year, that I swung into, this week, right? This prior week that we just came out of, as my kind of, play for Neo stock, right? And the run up was everything. Even when we had those down days or those big dumps that happened because of what was happening in Washington, and people were getting nervous and scared, and people were selling their positions, and it's like, oh, this is going to mess up the market. I stayed put, right? I stayed put. Right? I say, I know this stock is gone. This stock is bigger than what's going on here because keep in mind, Neo stock, obviously, even though it's traded on the NYSE listed value, right? There's a lot of Asian investors who have what? A lot of vested interest in Neo stock. And yeah, we know what happened in Washington was despicable, right? But they're like, okay, yeah, that's on y'all house, right? But we're gonna, keep trading this stock like it ain't nothing. So as soon as that dip happened, that we got on that, that bad day when the market was trying to act like it wanted to sell off on all the craziness, right? They turned around and bought those dips up, right? The Neo dipped as low as like $50 and change, right? After run up around about near 54 or whatever, it dipped all the way down there, and people was like, oh, I'm out of here, right? I sat still. I said, you know what? Nope, I'm not going to even panic because I understand what's going on here. And Asian markets, when they obviously come online after we go, go dormant for the futures market, they probably going to come in and try to buy this stock up, and they did, right? And smart money also on Wall Street side, they did as well. They said, oh, this is just another opportunity. I can load up on this dip. And the stock obviously rebounded quite well the next day on into what? Thursday, then Friday, which obviously had that breakout day Friday. And we gained up over 8%, right? Near 9%, somewhere around there, right? So again, really, really good opportunity to realize that, this is still a young space. It's still a, very fledgling, environment in terms of those who are already in the space. And so again, those who are first to market or first to be out there getting it in, then these are the companies that we're going to what? We want to kind of see how they, progress early in the game to either separate themselves from the competitors, right? Or if they regress because, whatever, they may not have nothing that's overly, proprietary that make people want to stay with them. And people might want to flee, flee to another scenario, right? But nonetheless, today, I will say this based upon, if I was to give what they call like a prequel to the show or the movie that was already displayed, I can say 100% that I do believe at this point, again, this is my opinion, at this point, Neo is number 2 to Tesla, right? Neo, without doubt, is number 2 to Tesla. All this Li Auto stuff and Jinping and all that stuff, yeah, whatever, right? Yeah, I get it, right? I know, you want to also canvas those other places too, but in terms of just pure play EV plays out there, Neo, without doubt, they're number 2 at this point. All right. And so Neo, is even though we know that their breakdown is that they have a, they're part of a co-op, so to speak, right? The Chinese government owns a portion of what they do, right? We know that JAG Auto Industry, obviously the manufacturing plant that actually, builds their cars, so they're not vertically integrated on that aspect. But JAG is also partnered up with Volkswagen, right? Volkswagen, obviously has a lot of what German ingenuitive, values that they bring to the table in the Asian market, and obviously them being able to get in that market even through the manufacturing side by showing them how to set up assembly lines and integrate that kind of technology, into that value of engineer. That's great for Neo in a lot of ways, even though they don't have their own assembly line like a Tesla. That's still positive for them because they don't have to deal with a whole lot of issues that actually Elon Musk, even though that's still great for what Elon's doing, that he's dealing with right now. Because we know Tesla at this point is more concerned with what? Production, right? They're more concerned with production as opposed to quality, right? We all know the stories, right? Whether you're Tesla bull or not, Tesla has some horrible bills in terms of their vehicles, right? Gaps. Y'all been seeing the stories like I have the gaps in the panels. I mean, stuff leaking, leaking in the car when it rains. The car, again, the winter areas where you live in those northern climates, sometimes the butterfly doors don't open because they freeze. I mean, it's all kind of stuff. Tesla got all kind of issues. And you can see, when you look at their vehicles, they have massive engineering problems, right? And that's what happens when you're trying to rush through to try to get cars out the door as opposed to want to build a more well-founded vehicle. And they'll get there at some point. We know that at some point the scale is going to balance out, and then they're going to start focus on quality. But what Neo did out the gate was say, you know what, we're not even going to compromise quality because we want to appeal to a certain type of client. Meaning they look at, hey, if we're going to sell majority of our cars to our own people, meaning Asians, I know Asians are very meticulous people just by their culture. Let's not get it twisted. They're very meticulous. So they want to make sure they don't deliver nothing but excellence to their clients, right, and their citizens. And that's what they did, right? Obviously coming out the gate with their that pretty much their SUV models first, they just pretty much crushed the game. I mean, if you guys have seen their videos and seeing how these cars look and all this kind of stuff like that, it's a solid vehicle from top to bottom, right? Again, the technology, everything, right? The automation value, of course, in the system that they have, with the Naomi, I guess that they call it Naomi, right? They look like pretty much onboard computer, right? Like old school. If you watch them old school sci-fi movies, right? Whoever the cyborg was, right? That controlled the ship and all that. That's basically what they have in this little, Naomi. Now Naomi, I might be even saying it wrong, but the cars, like these SUVs, are nice. They actually nice. I mean, you can see on my screen here, right? It's a nice looking, SUV here, right? Again, inside and everything, very luxury kind of status. Again, that might come with some of that also, that Volkswagen influence and showing them how to really, build a, very sound ingenuitive based car in terms of luxury and all that, in some. So, that marriage there saw, proved to be really good for Neo, right? And of course, in the fact that they're what they are obviously what you know electrical vehicles too, so that's a positive, right? So again, the ES6 here, as you can see, excuse me, the EC6 here, as you can see, all right, pretty decent size SUV here. Again, nice vehicle as a whole here. That, of course, they spoke about some of this stuff tonight. We're gonna get into that for what's the importance of how they're gonna get an upgrade here in the near future because of this new tech, battery tech that is with Neo. A more bigger model is their the ES8, right? They got this ES8 model here. Very solid looking SUV here as well. As you can see clearly, these are some nice looking vehicles, right? You can see the ingenuity value because just looking at the silhouette here, I mean, you can tell this thing's well put together, right? And some of them Tesla stuff you see, and they got like gaps in them. You can see them even with the promo stuff. Like Elon just throwing it out there. He's like, man, look, y'all want this this ludicrous mode, fast speed? Well, guess what? All right, you're gonna substitute having a gap on the left side driver's door, right? Or like the light, the fog light might be a little bit out of socket, but you know what? You're gonna drive really fast, right? But nonetheless, of course, you like Tesla for other things too, right? Again, being again integrated in a lot of things on the technology side, to computing side, I should say. And so you kind of learn to live with it, right? But Neo saying we're not going to play that game, so that's it. It's called Nomi, like I was saying, the little Nomi system here. Neo's like, we're not going to play that radio. We're going to come out the gate with that good, and you're going to benefit, right? And so that's why Neo, obviously, when it comes to the Asian market, and Tesla now wanted to penetrate that market and be somewhat of a, I don't know, a contentious, entity over there to get some of that Asian market, which is the biggest. Keep in mind, the Asian market is the biggest auto market on the planet. It is the biggest auto planet on, a market on the planet. Again, look at the people they have, how many people they have over there, populace wise, right? So of course, if Neo is able to even capture, let's say, if they just, them alone, is that if they just able to capture, let's say well over 2/3 of that market and still leave a little bit for everybody else, that in itself is still huge for Neo, right? How many people in Asia was like 3 billion people, somewhere around there, 2 or 3 billion people in Asia. If they capture a third of that, you do the math on that. Right, you do the math on that. And the company's still what? Young. And we talking about they just produced what? 43,000 vehicles for the entire year of 2020, 43,000, somewhere around there. Imagine where they will be by 2025. And the event that they put on today was more than what you could have imagined, right? And I'm saying that from a marketing perspective because I come from the marketing, right? International marketing. I know exactly what they was doing, the way that they made this the event today on a grand scale pageantry kind of ensemble. They were trying to build the culture that we know that Tesla already has by them following Elon, right? They wanted to capture the culture, the mindset of their citizens. Say, hey, this is homegrown. We understand what you guys like. Hey, we're going to build our market up and we're going to challenge everybody else. And we're not going to spare no expense and give you the luxury that you deserve. And again, it's going to fit right into what our culture is all about. And people obviously, was excited about that, meaning their citizens. You can tell by people, that were in the audience. So, but nonetheless, of course, that's, we'll get into all that. Of course, like I said, and the last SUV they have, obviously, the ES6, obviously another nice looking SUV, right? Very nice looking SUV. Kind of got that BMW, the I-Pace look a little bit, maybe a little bit of cross between that and the Nissan. Who knows, right? Even that of the smaller Range Rover, right? I mean, again, these are some nice looking SUV, right? Again, so whatever, right? Take it for what it's worth, right? But that's that. So again, within that, like I said before, they're trying to build a culture, right? So I was up taking notes like everybody else when the Neo Day event was going on. I mean, I was taking some extensive notes too. I was really acting like I was in school again. Like, no, I want to make sure I catch everything that's important, because when the analysts digest all this that we saw, again, removing the delusions of grandeur out of our eyes just because we might be investing in stock and not being able to make a still real good educated decision. I want to make sure I capture every aspect that was important that I think an analyst, right, or a fund manager would want to look at. Whether they want to add to their position, sell a little bit of their position, wait for lower price so they can add more so they can run it high. All that I want to be to outweigh all of it, right? The pros and cons, all that, right? And so the first thing that they did for the Neo Day event, they got into what? Right? They got into this whole ideal of what? The culture, right? They want to kind of appeal to the culture first, right? So that whole ideal of neo life, right? This whole neo life thing, right? This is where they have, extra products, right? The accoutrements products, right? Uh, that the company also has, like Tesla has what? Shorts, right? For the short sellers try to short the stock. They also got what? The flamethrower, right? Of course, they got the solar panel stuff too. That's another side, but they really want to build a culture with Neo. The same way that Tesla has a cult following, they're now trying to do that in Neo and trying to build that cult following to galvanize people to more, to sit still and say, hey, if you just hang out with us long enough, you're going to enjoy what we got coming for you in the future, right? So this whole branding thing of Neo life, right? Neo life, just think about that, right? That means they want you to be what? For a lifer, right? Right? So they talking about food, music, exploration, life is being together, living with, again, appealing to that family orientated mindset, right? Exactly what they're trying to do here, under the brand. Of course, you see they got what? Dishes, they got all this kind of crazy stuff like this, purses, bags, again, you see all this stuff here, magic cube cables, and I mean, clothing. I mean, they got a little bit of everything. I mean, look at this here. The Neo Benjamin, look at wallpaper. I mean, I don't know if this scooter thing gonna come out or not, but who knows? Maybe, right? Sportswear. So again, they're moving, and food, right? They even got a food lab that they're invested in, right? So they're trying to, again, think about this from a branding perspective. They want their brand to be a little bit canvas across all aspects of Chinese culture, and then obviously in the future, what more on a worldly stage, right? We know Asians are very well known for their cuisines, right? Same way people say, well, French cuisine and Italian cooking and all that, right? Well, obviously we know Asia has a massive food industry market as well, right? So them wanting to be a part of that in itself is another aspect of them trying to build and kind of assimilate to the culture of keeping their people feeling like, hey, we got everything we need right here in house, right? In house here. So Neo Life was something that is very important because they spoke about that during the event, right? That part of, hey, we also want to build our following, right? And so that's why they made it such a spectacle, right? That pageantry aspect of it that lured people in. To me, that's genius marketing, right? And people that own the stock, like, man, okay, we don't want to see all that. Man, get to the event, right? Because you know how people are, ants people, right? You know how people is, especially in America, right? We short tempered, and we very just like get to it, right? So we lost that kind of appeal to the senses in a lot of ways. We just want is the dollars and cents, is the money, about where the money is, where the stuff that's gonna make the money, right? So we lose a little bit of our uh our natural childlike instincts, but want to see all this kind of stuff, from the wild aspect of it, and we're like, no, just get straight to the bag. And I get it, right? I get it, right? But you got to still look at this from that perspective. They're trying to build a following, and they're still a young company. So that's why all the other stuff comes into play. And so you saw them speaking about stuff that we're going to talk about, like the blue sky scenario, like that. That blue sky point scenario, like that. And again, this clean energy initiative, and again, the culture of awareness within the branding. All right, they got this. Even got a band called Neo Band. Right, couldn't make this up. I'm pretty sure you guys saw it. So they even got their own band, right? So they got their own theme song, music makers, and all. Right, so these guys are on the payroll, right? They ain't building no car, but they can build a good record, right? They build a good hit record over there in Asia, right? So they got their own band, and they also into the plays as well, like the theaters and stuff like that. So again, that's the culture aspect of it that makes this stock has more sentimental value to someone that's in Asia as opposed to someone that's in the United States. See how that works? So you, the investor, you should not overlook that, right? No matter how much you're saying, I just need to care about how many batteries they're going to be able to kind of produce, how many vehicles they're going to be able to produce. Can they compete with Tesla? That's all fine and dandy too. But again, even if the American market decided tomorrow that they was going to ban NEO to be traded on our what exchanges, do y'all think the NEO stock is going to crumble and the company's going to go out of business just because of that? I'll wait, right? It won't happen, right? They're not going to go out of business, right? No matter how you look at it, right? Because they have the type of culture in Asia that's building and growing, right? That's going to surpass what we may think, and we don't even have the head count to deal with that they have over there anyway. You're talking about 2 or 3 billion people over there, and they still come from a very loyal perspective. So again, that's why it's important to realize that when you're doing analysis on a company or a stock, you don't leave no stone unturned, no leaf uncovered. As I'm always saying, take it the full distance and put everything on the table. Don't short sell your due diligence, right? Because again, in doing so, at least it's better to be well informed than mean what? Than be out there kind of guessing and letting your biases precede your what? Your money, right? Your bank. If your biases precede the bank, what's happening in and around the stock, you're gonna miss out on a lot of opportunities. And that's just the reality thing. So of course we don't talk, do that over here. Y'all know I'm a big proponent of psychology and due diligence for a reason and discipline. Without those things, you're gonna be suffering a lot trying to get to where you need to go in your investment career. Right? Why go through all that when you don't have to? Take a little extra time. Of course, we're on a Saturday here hanging out. Right? It's 8 p.m. You guys be anywhere in the world right now doing whatever, but you're hanging out with your brother right now, and we did what? Having this moment of trying to figure out how can we make, grow our money off these opportunities. And so to me, I can't stress enough, man. I'm always grateful and thankful for that. But I know that you guys are serious, right? You guys are hungry. We are a different breed of people. A lot of people look at us at our peers and say, man, I don't know about all that stock stuff, and man, whatever, right? But this is why we do this, right? This is why we put in that work, because it's important to us, right? That's why. So that's good. So now moving on, right? Moving on, right? To some of the let me see. I might could put the so I know it's not translated. I'm like, well, put that translation on that thing, man. We want to get to the translate. All right. So we're gonna put the translate on it. Let me see if it'll do it if I'm from there. All right. Slightly, because it's still gonna be set like that. All right, whatever. Right. So that way you can read all through all this stuff right here too. Right. Because if not, I just have to copy like that and hit like what's translate, right? I don't even have it on this one like that. But anyway, you guys know how to kind of get through all that. So NEO Day, right? NEO Day, right? Ready for tomorrow, right? Their slogan is this new slogan that they got is phrased as always forward, right? Always forward, right? Again, steady plowing, right? We looking forward, right? We're not looking sideways. We're not looking behind us. We're looking forward, right? The merch that they even have that they had displayed tonight or earlier today, I should say. They had the sweatshirts, they had all that stuff, the clothing, always forward, right? That was on the teleprompter and all that. So they're letting people know we're looking forward. We're looking at, we're excited about where we're going in the future. And because of that, you might want to hang out with us because, what we got coming down the pipeline is going to be awesome, right? So hence, instantly, again, like I said, they appeal to people's culture first, right? Which they did. Of course, if you saw the video, you'll see it yourself. You can go back and watch it again. It's a long video. I mean, the link is right here, guys, if you don't already have it. Let me go ahead and post it just on GP. I'm pretty sure you know how to find it yourself, right? Y'all investors, right? We're not lazy people, right? But here's the link, right? If you want to go watch the entire news event itself, check it out. There's there it is in the back chat. Now, again, getting back to the meat of the matter, right? NEO Day, right? This whole ideal of the video, right? So, like I said, first thing they did, they wanted to appeal to people's culture. So, real quick, let's run a little bit of that beam footage here. Of course, it's on YouTube, but you can just come watch it straight here on the channel as well. Clearly here. All right, so let me do this right here. All right, volume up a little bit here. So this is their promo, right? They kind of welcoming everybody to the ideal of what they're gonna unveil. They're gonna, show you a few of their what EVs that on the SUV side, and you can kind of see exactly what their their messaging is all about, right? See, this part is very important. Watch this. This is the battery swap. So they're pretty much saying by the time it takes you to order a cup of coffee, you can get your battery swap, with the battery swapping program. We're going to speak about that and have your vehicle back to you. Autonomously, the vehicle will drive itself to the battery swap location, get the battery changed, and then, return to where you are. That's crazy. All right, so that was the ES6, right? And so we know they have one more to unveil here. All right, one of the big boys here. All right. So, that's their three lines right there out the gate, kind of letting you know what they're looking like as far as their vehicles, the SUVs, that is. Of course, they came into the market under their SUV program, right? They wanted to, come into the gate, already saying, hey, we're going to put people, in a vehicle. And of course, before we get into this one here, right? Let me see if they're going to show they're going to show the other one real quick here, right? A little part of the ES7, we'll say that one. All right. So, just recapping what we just saw for us, their SUV lineup, right? Again, some very nice EVs, right? In terms of the SUV scenarios, right? And you look at the American side, that we have over here, even the vehicles that are coming out of Germany, you say to yourself, right, who are these, or what will be the SUVs that would be comparable to that of what, right? The Neo SUVs, right? What do they have that, obviously Neo given the opportunity, if it was able to be sold over here in American markets, would they compete, right? Would they compete with with the Nissans, right? And the Volkswagen SUVs, and I mean, you name it, the Fords, right? Ford got like about what 5 or 6, 7, 8 different SUV lineups, right? And GM, right? Of course, these are more luxury based SUVs, but at the value that we're talking about, which we're going to talk about too, with the level that now you can get tax credit, rebates. for the fact that you're buying a clean energy vehicle in that of the SUV, you're getting $7,000 off, $8,000 off, right? $4,000 or $5,000 off. That's a nice little bag to add to that principal value of those prices. So if they got them still priced at a decent market price, let's say 40 grand, 50 grand, even up near 70, which we're gonna get into that too. Some people may still see that as as a cost saving opportunity based upon the fact that you ain't got to buy gas, right? You ain't got to worry about having all these ungodly maintenance issues that come along with driving a gas vehicle, right? All this unfortunate things and leaks and oil, y'all get it, all that stuff, right? Does that cost benefit outweigh, right? And it's worth the value of the price. So that's important to think about, right? So at some point, I'm pretty sure you guys gonna buy your electrical vehicle. Of course, the world is already moving towards this space, is it not? Right? California, they already put out their green initiative. They're saying about 2020, 2035, 2030, they want to be 100% ICE vehicles free, right? They want to do away with all, gas powered vehicles, basically, right? China already solidified themselves. They want to get there earlier because y'all know they have some of the worst pollution on the planet, right? In Asia, right? Because they're heavily production manufacturing country, right? Well, we know why, because they're going through their industrial revolution stage right now in their life, right? Keep in mind, these people just got hit with a atomic bomb, literally, right? We talking about even to my Japan and Hiroshima and all that, but they were set back on many ways, right? Radiation pours. I mean, these people, and they didn't pick themselves up by their bootstrap, came from the ashes like a phoenix, and they didn't rebuild bigger and better than anything that's out there on the planet in terms of technology, right? You're not gonna whoop them on technology, right? They kicking our butt. Let's call it 100, right? They're very, technologically savvy, right? They bio integrated in terms of the computing aspect. Now they got digital scanners that read your face and already know what your bank account is when you walk in that store, even without a credit card. Pick up an item, walk out the door, it already registered and took the money out your bank account, and you don't have to pull out no paper or no card. That's the kind of integration technology that they have in Asia. And people running around here in America with all this kind of implicit Biden because they bought the Kool-Aid, they drinking the Kool-Aid. All these people coming this but China is a very capitalistic society. No matter how strict they are on a cultural aspect, if you want to say they communist on that side, but when it comes to capitalism, China is one of the most capitalistic scenario enclaves on the entire planet. Their technology as a whole is showing you that, right? Let's keep it 100, right? Of course, it's just not me just here beating the drum on China over America, whatever. I'm just saying when it comes to pure play understanding how money is being generated, how they're generating a level of money that we hadn't saw since our big massive revolution that we had in this country. That's why they're kicking butt and taking names, and they're able to put out vehicles like we're seeing right now, right? And it's still a young market, and they got all they got. I mean, they got all the cheddar, right? They got all the cheddar because how many people that's over there, and they're building their middle class, pretty much their middle class, community in China is growing rapidly, right? Their middle class is growing rapidly. Go look at the data. You say me make up. Go do your own research, right? I've been done this research, right? That's why people like Alibaba, JD, right, kicking butt. Even Baidu, right? They're like the Google of of Asia, right? Because y'all know they shut American companies out of Asia, right? There's no Facebook over there. There's no Google over there. There's none of that stuff. They can't have that stuff in their country. So they built their own own versions of it. They reverse engineered like they always do. They reverse engineered those businesses and built their own. So Baidu is kind of like the Google of Asia, right? BIDU. Well, we just found out recently with them. What did they just do? Right? This is fresh off the press. What did Baidu just do? Literally, guys, a couple of days ago. If anybody know what Baidu just did? The company Baidu, right? They just did something crazy a couple of days ago. What did they do? Right? It shows you how they're, they about that life, right? They're about their life, right? Baidu, it came out the gate and said, okay, well, if everybody else can do that, then maybe, maybe we can do the same, right? Right? You might can do the same, right? So they're also now, thinking about getting into that same space. right? They're thinking about getting into the same space, right? That EV space, right? So of course they got the money to do it. They're again logistically integrated to deal with what, internet things and all that stuff like a Google would, but they also have a lot of technology that they can bring to the table, like kind of like we spoke about with Apple. Apple's going to just build an Apple car based upon their technology. They want to be able to integrate the computing and all that stuff to match, marry that of what Apple is already integrated to be, right? Their graphic user interface, all the stuff that you used to when you open up your iPhone and the way it displays and how you just used to it. That's what Apple want to bring, obviously, in my opinion, to that space. That's why they out there shopping for a manufacturer right now. There's rumors already that they've been in talks with Hyundai, right? Or Hyundai, depends how you want to see it, right? That's the rumor going on right now. That Apple obviously in talks with them, as well as other people too. They're not making it, knowing that that's the only one they sticking with, but that's just one of the companies, right? So again, Baidu here plans to start a smart EV company, a smart EV company. Again, that's that technology integration, right? That's that technology integration, right? Right. Somebody seen the Wall Street Journal saying the EV dreams for power Baidu, but may not last, right? Because they know these people are already behind. People like what? Jinping, right? Again, Li Auto, Neo. There's others out there too that people don't even know about the Asian electrical market. We went over this stuff before on other live streams I've done. Like who are the players out there? Even the battery producers, right? That's which is interesting even for that of Neo, because y'all know they don't make their own battery in house. They also get it from a subsidiary manufacturer of it. And interesting enough, that same company that they use to build their batteries, guess who also uses them? Tesla, right? And a few other companies use them too for their electrical vehicles. So that one company is getting all the EV battery, manufacturing across the gauntlet, right? So that company ain't going out of business no time soon, right? And so we can Google that and go through the research and that you'll figure out who that company is, and you'll say to yourself, man, okay, I might want to pay attention to that company, right? But that's what I love about this, because there's so many what they call down the line opportunities that are surrounded around one project, right? Neo may be the finished product, but who are all the players that went into that, right? The making of that vehicle, right? The suppliers, right? The supply chains and so forth. And if they are publicly traded, can you benefit off that too with Neo's success and growth? Obviously you can, right? Obviously you could, right? So again, another aspect of why when you're looking at the markets and trying to make really good, financial decisions based upon what your dollars are going to be more well suited and where you want to invest them. Well, the goal is always try to find that diamond in the rough company and get in early, right? If you're able to, and then ride it into what, to the sunset. Of course, like we saw with Neo when it dropped, from $5 or $6, whatever, three, $4, $5. So I was trading way back then, and it dropped and went down to like $1.19. The people that was low down there at $1, $1.50, whatever, they bought boatloads of share, and them people that went up over 6,000% dang near, over 6,000% already. The stock obviously being, up where it was at near 59, whatever. I mean, that's unheard of. And that happened all in a bit of less than about a year, right? About a year and some, in that perspective, right? You said a year and a little change, whatever. You couldn't make this stuff up, right? Who wouldn't want to make those kind of returns or get those type of gains? So that's why it's important to realize if you are a person who are thinking about wanting to learn how to get invested in the markets, of course, I'm speaking for a lot of people who are just, who also watching, they're still waiting a little bit. This is how you go through the process or the procedure to make these things make sense, to make dollars and cents to you, right? Growth, right? Evolution, right? Expansion, innovation, right? The things that we look at as consumers of products that are more ubiquitous to our everyday life, music players and iPod earphones and cell phones and all these different things like that. And you say to yourself, okay, it ain't no different when you buying a smart home, right? You build a house from the ground up and you make it a smart home. It's clean energy, tricked out. Solar panels are all nine, recycling water, everything. So it's no different even when it comes to, again, the vehicles you drive. The scooter that you may want to drive, use if you're in a heavy metropolitan area, you don't want to deal with driving a vehicle every day, a car that is. You hop on your little scooter, electrical vehicle scooter, and you zipping all around the little city, right? Everybody else out there, flagging taxi down and getting stuck in traffic. You just all on the sideways on the corner, moving throughout. That's how people are thinking in terms of, okay, where's that disruptive technology or that better mousetrap, right? Because there's nothing new under the sun. Keep in mind, there's nothing new underneath the sun, right? People trying to build a better mousetrap, right? And so that aspect, even the aspect of what a thought or a product that might have came to light, we're saying to ourselves, okay, well, how can we enhance on what we've already witnessed, right? I'm old school, right? When I say old school, meaning I grew up at a time when we used to have, and they still out today, of course, the RC racing track sets, right? Y'all been on the old school RC racing tracks where the car was electric. You had like this little joist or like almost like a gun type of trigger mechanism. You had to pull the trigger on it, and the electric basically powered little race car would just move around the track, and if you hit it too fast, it'll just sling off the track. How many of y'all guys remember that, right? I'm showing my age a little bit, right? How many of you guys remember that, right? Well, guess what? Those old school RC cars that were like that back then, even electrical car, remote control vehicles, it's the same thing. They just finally brought that to what? To grown folk status now. Keep in mind, they just brought all those things to grown folk status now. It's not Tesla and Neo and Jinping and Lee, all the other companies. Are they not the antithesis of, or they are I would say they are the finale of what that is on a smaller scale. Right? That's all they are. They just brought them to market where you can actually drive them around yourself now. True story. Nothing new underneath the sun. Right? It seems odd when you think about it, right? But y'all know as well as I know, even with the ideal of that, right? We saw that with, even with, some of us used to watch back in the old days. What was the movie with Michael? What's his name? David Hasselhoff, with Kit, right? Whatever the talking car. But ultimately, I'm saying, if we're moving in toward, what they call level 5 FSD, right? Basically full service driving, right? Full autonomous driving. Who's to say that they at some point it will also want to be somewhat put in like that of a drone perspective, right? With a remote control. Y'all seen the movies like where they got people operating the car with a remote control, the James Bond type movies, right? Well, basically you can already, that's what basically autonomous driving is. It's being driven by what? Computer integration system based upon, mapping and all that kind of stuff. And then you just hit a button, right? You could be in the house getting coffee. You hit a button and the car drive to the nearest battery swapping place, get the battery swap, drive back to your house, park in the garage like ain't nothing happened. Remote control. True story. Again, some of us then lost that kind of that childhood, mystique, or we just overlook stuff because we think, nah, ain't nothing like. But that's basically what's happening right now before us. Am I lying? Right? That's basically what's happening right now. Right? Drones, the next big thing. Right? Delivery of products and packages, the next big thing. So I'm saying all that to say this: in the same case, guys, when you're thinking about electrical vehicles, right? The ubiquitous products that everybody obviously has to be, or that they're acclimated to, right? When we talk about cars or whatever, right? How we mobilize, and move around, right? With ease, right? We went from the horses, right? Old school, and chariots, right? Then we upgrade to the chariots, and now our new chariots is what? Electrical vehicles. Okay, well, yeah, 20, 30 years from now, right? When we probably left here, some of us, we still here or not, it might be something that's what? Flying. They already got stuff, concepts like that already out, flying vehicle, right? We used to look at that stuff like, man, yeah, maybe sometime in the future, right? When we were little kids, and guess what? That future's here now for some of these same levels of technology that we were fascinated by as children. So from an investment aspect, you say to yourself, okay, well, do I think this industry is what? Tapped out at this point? Have they reached their zenith yet? Right? And when you ask yourself that, and if all the evidence leads you to say that it has not, then convince me how they still don't make what? Attractive investments. This company just delivered what? 7,000 vehicles in December. Their deliveries for December, meaning Neo, they delivered 7,000 vehicles for 1 month. We know Ford produced that, maybe what, in 2-3 hours, almost seemed like, right? Or in a day, right? But we're talking about a very strategic, intricate vehicle here. Pretty much computer on wheels, right? So of course it takes a little bit more what? Whatever, and it's still a young market. So my point is that if it's still a young market, where do you see Neo by 2030? Where do you see Tesla by 2030? And with everybody rushing to get into space now, we just saw that with Baidu. We know Apple trying to get into the space now. Where do you see Neo? Well, guess what? if they already kicking butt and taking names at this stage early, and Wall Street says, hey, we forward looking over here. We don't care about all the other stuff y'all talk about. We forward looking over here, right? We trying to put a forward valuation on them so they can grow into that valuation. And because of that, if the stock obviously goes up in lieu of that, then so be it, right? Eventually, it's going to be able to earn its what? Earn its keep. When I say earn its keep, meaning earn the valuation that we're giving it, right? And there's already projections on NEO, because we can get into that a little bit later. But y'all know some of these projections are already trying to mirror or starting to mirror that of what they feel like what Tesla's worth. And even with the Shanghai factory over, there in terms of Tesla, let's be truthful here. That's why Elon actually pulled a Trump. He pulled a chess move this past Friday. I'm pretty sure y'all guys saw it like I did. What did Tesla do this past week? Right? This is them trying to, throw a monkey wrench in NEO's, basically pee in their cereals, right? They pee in their cereal, right? What did they just do this past week? Right? This past Friday to be exact, right? They did something very crazy, right? Right? They had a couple of news reels, right? But let's see. Let's put it in like this. Let me query it like that, see if that comes up. Right? So basically what they did was they pretty much tried to undercut, right? NEO's so-called NEO Day by lowering the price of their what? The Model Y, right? Y'all know Model Y is kind of like the crossover SUV that Tesla has. Of course, they want that SUV market that China has, that NEO obviously at this point is starting to what? Expand on in terms of their citizens over there, right? Everybody excited about NEO. So Tesla won't in on that. So they actually dropped the price, right, on the Model Y, right? They dropped the price, right? Well, why would they do that? Right? Because they want to be able to still appeal to that massive market that's still yet to be tapped into, that everybody still would want to run to from a homegrown perspective. In NEO, that Tesla want to be able to what? Now capture as well. So we want to make it even more attractive, right? Well, that if you're gonna buy a NEO, it's gonna cost you, but hey, we're gonna drop the price and make it even more affordable. But again, do you think the Chinese culture, just because they know Tesla's a branded name around the entire globe at this point, a lot of them probably respect Elon for all intents and purposes. He deserves a lot of his credibility, right? But ultimately, do you think they will obviously just because of it's a Tesla, it's a brand, and how Americans crave about it, that they'll just say, you know what, we'll just go with Tesla, even though it's a little cheaper than that of what? A luxury SUV that's homegrown in-house. See, that's the difference between our coach and their coaches. Their coach is not always trying to think about, okay, we're gonna save a couple of dollars. Right? They're more loyal, right? They're very loyal and disciplined people, right? So Tesla tried to be slick ahead of the NEO Day and said, you know what, in China, right? Because we want to be able to get ahead of them before they start doing this NEO Day and talk about the upgrades and the new batteries that are gonna come out, and and even their new sedan. We're gonna go ahead and lower the price of what? Our Model Y, right? Of course, they're gonna try to balance it out with the production, because if you lowering your price, that means you cutting your margins, right? You lowering your profit haul. The only way you make that up if you produce what? More vehicles. And so at some point they feel like the Shanghai plant is going to be able to meet that demand in production to balance out that, so they can still make that same kind of money, if not a little bit more, through obviously getting more sales. But again, ultimately, they know that they're doing everything in their power, throwing everything at the window, seeing what sticks, to try to make sure that they don't get what? Priced out of China. No matter how we might look at Tesla over here, Asians are like, okay, yeah, that's all fine and dandy. We'll have a Tesla and a NEO in the driveway if we had anything to do with it. They're not just going to forsake their brand, their culture, their in-house scenario just because. And like I said before, let's be honest, technology-wise, quality control-wise, NEO is running circles around Tesla. Let's be honest, they are running circles around Tesla. And quality control, that is. Quality control, it ain't no competition. Tesla got massive problems. Again, y'all seen them like I have, right? And still seeing them, right? People buying $140,000 Model S, right? Especially the new one, the Model S Plaid, right? That one that goes 0 to 60 in about 2.9 seconds, something like that, some crazy number, 2 seconds. It's crazy, right? So yeah, you'll buy that. I'll buy it for the speed, but Again, you talking about a car, you're gonna spend that kind of money on a car, and it still got panel gaps, it's got leaking problems in the hood stuff. I mean, all that kind of stuff like that. Like, dude, I'm paying like this. I'm already going to buy me a Porsche, right? A Porsche Taycan, right? Electrical Porsche for that, right? Yeah, but that's the trade-off. See, people got to convince themselves. So they're like, I love Elon, man. I like what he's doing. So they get into that, right? But that's how a lot of people looking at their own homegrown vehicles. So that's why I say even with that of the Neo, that's them trying to get ahead of the Neo event day to say, well, hey, we want to make sure that y'all don't know forget us, right? We here for a reason, right? And you guys know y'all want these Teslas, right? We know Neo makes a really awesome SUV, but we got to cross over a little bit that's nice and this blah, blah. So that's basically what that's all about, as you can see with the article here. All right, as you see, the Model Y is a crossover SUV, whatever, right? So again, and they price they dropped it obviously now, starting at around about 339, yuan or the renminbi, right? Around about $52,000, they dropping the price, right? So again, that's just a part of the game too. So we study to be, proved and knowing how to even deal with that. Of course, it doesn't negate the fact that Tesla now has all just hit a mainstream goal, right? They got close to having over 500,000 vehicles delivered, right? They came really close. They came up short by 450 vehicles. How about that? All right. Of all opportunities to come up short, they hit it on the production side, right? But they came up short when it came to the actual deliveries by 450 vehicles, right? They say it was so drastic that they were actually calling people, right, the day of before the numbers had to be tallied in and saying, do you want to deliver your vehicle? And this talking about in the AM hours of the night. It was, I mean, see, we're getting all kinds of stories like that, people saying it. And if Tesla people called them and saying, hey, we could deliver your vehicle tonight, right? They were trying to meet that goal, right? But Wall Street still rewarded Tesla. We saw what Tesla did. Tesla still went skyrocket. It's still skyrocket, right? So at the end of the day, it wasn't even really worth it, right? But nonetheless, again, that's what they're doing. They're trying to rush produce things, and because of that, the quality is sucking. Basically, what Boeing going through, right? Boeing was trying to get those planes out the hangar so fast. That 737 Max, that Dreamliner down that was built down in South Carolina, that was just garbage. They were leaving tools in the cockpit, in the engine bays. I mean, it was just horrible. They were delivering that stuff to even people like the military. How you delivering stuff to the American military and it's trashed out, like in terms of Boeing, right? Again, this is the mindset. See, America is all about profit. America is a very fast-paced, profit-driven, quality control, catastrophe, right? They want it fast and furious. And that's why people have short temperaments in America because, again, spoiled and want it fast. You can get it whenever you want, decadent culture, but we suffer in some cases in terms of quality. And certain things we suffer. Now, Asians, on the hand, no, we ain't play that game. Even Germans, right? German automobiles, come on, y'all already know, right? BMW, Mercedes, Audis, whatever. Y'all know what it is. These people ain't playing the radio, right? They repetition is behind their ingenuity value, right? Their engineering, right? So that's how you got to start thinking about it, guys. Just so from an investment perspective, you say, well, Neo Day or Neo as a whole, okay, where is the stock, right? Where is the stock in compared to Tesla, right? We already know, of course, if we even think about it from an investment vehicle, it still somewhat would be an early investment, right? An early investment, right? Everything about it at this point is still showing, it has a lot of run rate growth, if you want to say that, right? It's still early, right? And it's weird too because I was going through some training. We spoke about Neo. We'll look at the chart real quick here. I know I bounce around a little bit, but I want y'all to bear with me. Y'all know it's a method of my madness for a reason. Y'all know how I train, right? How I share information. We was talking about this right here. We did a study on this before the stock even did this move right here, right? We already had planned this. We planned this trade right here. And I say, here's where it gets interesting. Going into Neo Day, right? Y'all saw the pattern here clearly here. You see the pattern here clearly here, right? You see, even at the level of how I have this triangle made here, it's basically in the visual. If you turn your head sideways, like 45-degree angle to the left, you'll see that the pattern is obviously registering what? A falling wedge, right? And falling wedge patterns obviously show you what? Reversals or gap ups, right? In this case, of course, you can also see it almost somewhat like a cup and handle, right? Somewhat like a cup and handle pattern, right? So, and saying all that, of course, I'm just showing, when people looking at the markets, and they're trying to figure out, again, this is the case where we're talking about front loading stock, right? We already kind of premised the idea of what, this U-shaped bottom breakout, right? Some people say it's a cup and handle, right? Call it that, whatever, right? You got your little coffee there. Right? Y'all know I like to draw the little stuff like that. Right? But nonetheless, the stock is already closing above what? That very important what? Resistance line here. This T line here in this case, right? This resistance T line, trend line. You break above that and you close above that, well, that's a bullish signal, right? That means we already broke all-time highs here back at this line here, and now the stock is sitting up here, with a buy signal, and that's to that even with the what? The squeeze momentum. Look down at the squeeze momentum. It went from bearish to now it's bullish, right? And still potentially has a little bit more pop to upside potential up towards that $64, $65 level, and not between 62 to 63, 65. Now that's hyperbole in a way where, yeah, it still has to prove it, right? But all systems are a go at this point. Now, I'm only saying that because if the market don't give you that buy the rumor, sell the news, which is very plausible that it could sell off Monday, and basically Wall Street say, okay, well, if we sell it off Monday, well, how low can we go, right? Let me get off this thing here. I'm sorry. How low can we go, right? Well, it ain't hard to realize, that, we can easily find this thing back towards that gap fill around about what, 54, right? Because we gapped up, of course, you see that here clearly. We gapped up. We can come back and close the gap, fill that gap, which will still be good because you want to close all gaps, right? Stocks always got to rebound. You close that gap, and that you can build your new move back to the upside, right? Now, if that's not even good enough, let's say, well, if we bypass that and we blow down here toward that $50 level, because now we're talking about what? Whole dollar marks, right? Natural support resistance points always lie at whole dollar marks, right? So we'll say, okay, well, we'll say at $50, if it don't, blow past, well, if it blow and falls back, I should say, if we able to hold that area, then guess what? That could be plausible for what? A good bounce in around that area there, right? Because we see some strength over here. We see a gap down here that obviously becomes a little lower, can close that gap around about 48 where it took off from, Monday into Neo Day's event, which that's where I bought my calls. I swung them from that previous Thursday into this week for that reason. That's what I was looking at, right? I saw a breach above the 20-day moving average. I already knew that was a bullish signal. I knew the event was going to be larger than life in terms of how people are hyping it. And I said, I'm buying my calls right here. I needed my confirmation first. I got it, and then I got into the stock, right? After that, again, it wasn't rocket science. I was posting about it. Y'all know me. I've been posting stuff there for all of my Facebook in the groups. Y'all know I'm always posting about things that I obviously, that I'm looking into, right? So I was already giving those signals. Now, nonetheless, of course, we're saying this on a purely an event-driven aspect in terms of them showing you how they're going to look, forward here. Again, always forward, right? Hence their moniker. This is how you can potentially play this stock, especially if you saying to yourself, of course, this is my opinion, right? This, entertainment, education, not necessarily what financial advice. That these are still great opportunities to say to yourself, well, this space is still young, right? It's still young, and these are some of the levels that people are already starting to kind of, say to themselves that they're convinced that, we have a pretty good floor underneath us around about $40 a share. Clearly, you can see it there. Clearly, you can see it here, right? This candle and this candle. Everything from that point on is going to be biscuit wheel, gravy valley. I mean, look at the linear regression band, right? The trend band here. You see where it's pointing. Not that means it's going to have, that it can't fall beneath it and come on down. But what would cause it, stock to kind of lose its luster right now? Anybody, right? What would cause it to drop at this point? That kind of level of drop. Is there anything in the cards or any ambiguity or uncertainties or unknowns that would cause this stock to go anywhere back near that $40 a share? Anybody? I'm just curious, right? And if you can't, produce that kind of level of, of anomaly, then guess what? You think Wall Street finna not take advantage of this opportunity, right? Because they're forward thinking for a reason, right? They're forward thinking. Right. It had to be some catastrophic, right? 100% right. It had to be something like a crazy accident, and it had to be the type of accident where it's strictly the manufacturing aspect of the vehicle, not like a driver, right? It had to be strictly manufacturing issue, right? Brother Matt said Trump. Hey, Trump can't even tweet right now. They got Trump on ice, right? Okay. Over Chris said delisting, right? So we know the delisting is not even a factor now because under that provision that that resolution that the Congress put forth for Chinese companies being able to be what? Transparent, right? They pretty much told them that you have up to what? At least a full year, right? You have up the full 2 or 3 years to become more transparent. If you don't by then we'll delist you. And so that's the provision of that HR resolution. Basically, House resolution aspect of the Congress, resolution bill with these Chinese delisting scenarios is that they have to be, not be compliant over the next 2 3 years in order for them to be delisted. So they pretty much given the runway to get their act together. And so basically, as soon as that article came out, NEO started delivering all kind of information on their sites, like, hey, this is our financial stuff again, and this is what we look like. So of course they want to be able to still capture that American investor. So they don't want to be delisted off our markets because we know, y'all know America spend big over here, right? Right, we spend big. So again, you start going through the variables and figuring out which ones carry weight and which ones don't. And if you have more, pros than cons, then guess what? Chances are Wall Street thinking just like you, right? Chances are, and they obviously have a little bit more available scope value of research than what we probably even get into sometimes. So they already know what's going on here. So they seeing the same thing like I just saw, right? We built this triangle again way before NEO Day. And we talked about this, right? Some of you guys were in that class. We talked about this in that training session. I said, if we close above that T line there, if we gap up above that going to NEO Day, that's going to be bullish. Now, it doesn't mean it still can't, sell the news event and sell off and come back and test this support point around about 54, right? Just backfill it, basically, back test it. And then from there, launch and, ride and go higher, right? Nonetheless, it's still above where it took off from the 20-day moving average, right? Back at the point or even the 31st, we're going into the new year where it's still got a solid floor underneath it at $48, right? Right. For this thing to sell off all the way back down to 48 tomorrow, or I should say Monday, would be to like a lot of people, would be like Christmas. Well, what I mean by that, they'll be buying like none before, right there. Man, them jokers to show up with, boy, look at him. You talking about show up with to get paid? Them jokers to show up to them people, they'll be looking at just like them, man. They'll be seeing number straight dollar signs, right? They'll be seeing nothing but straight dollar signs because that be you couldn't convince them at that point that this in a great time to load up on that dip, right? You couldn't convince them that it wouldn't be a good opportunity for them to load up on that dip anywhere near that point down there, right? So again, that's how you have to also look at it. Despite you may having a bias, whether you like Tesla, you don't. But keep in mind, markets they can care less. They're just saying, can I add or can I build on the existing opportunity that's going to already be that's already presented in this stock. Even if you come down to test the bottom of the regression band down here, roughly around about 48. As you can see, they're clearly on that line. You're talking about $48, right? $48 in and around that area. That would be the extreme, the extreme drop if it was to drop, the extreme drop, right? But you got to get through all this consolidation right here. All the people that's sitting in at this point right here, right? Them people right there, them jokers right there got pick forks. They got rubber band. They got slingshots and BB guns. Look at that. They ain't even playing the radio, bro. You got to go. You got to fight all them people down there first before you move to the next boss, right? The next, like King Cooper or something. You got to take out these jokers right here first. You take them out, yeah. Then you can start getting excited about maybe come down and test the bosses down here, right? But again, what will give you the indication that the stock will want to fall that low? After you seeing the RSI, obviously it's moving up a little bit, but you're starting to see the momentum squeeze turning bullishly green. If I had the MACD up and all that stuff, you'll start seeing the same thing, that it's still turning pretty decently green. I only have the 20-day moving up, average up. If I put the 50 up, you'll probably be able to see what I'm talking about. The 200 obviously still way down here. This is on the daily, of course, but the stock is still in the bullish stand. And we closed above an important important benchmark in terms of the all-time high. Basically, the stock had to close above, I think, like 57.50 in order to remain in a bullish stance, and it closed above that, well above that, up near 59 after hours actually, right? So again, this is how you hunt. This is how you cook, right? This is how you get in that kitchen and you make it you make it happen. And see, Wall Street thinking the same way, right? So Wall Street, they're always going to be, looking at where we at, growth. Right? You got earnings coming up on on March 9th, right? This stock could easily be up near at a minimum around about $60 going into earnings. That's still a upgrade of about $3 or $4 from right now. And some people might say, man, that ain't a whole lot, brother Ackerboy. I beg to differ. So you talking about if a stock can put up $3 to $4, let's say in this case, did on a rolling basis, right? On an annual basis, if you can put up, roughly around about $2 or $3 a month, that's actually still a good investment, right? $3 a month, excuse me, every quarter, a quarter. So from January basically to March, $3 a quarter, that's pretty good. So that's you're saying that's around about what? 4 quarters, what, 3 times 4? So you're talking about $12, right? $12 from where it's at now, right? That's at the very minimalistic perspective, right? So you say $12 from let's say $59, right, at this point, or let's say 60, right? You're saying $72 by the end of the year. That's still solid because guess what? If you bought anywhere at the beginning of the year, if you just did on a what they call, let's say let's say, let me do this experiment, right? Let me see if Neo really bought that. Like you bought Neo at what, $43 on January the 1st, right? Or somewhere around there, right? Close to that. Actually, it was at 48. I take it back. So we'll just say 48. And the stock produced, from that point, even when you think from now, $12, you saying around about what, 60, somewhere around there, give or take, close to that, about 60, $60 a share. That's still good growth, right? That's still good growth, right? I mean, that's literally how you look at it. That's still over 20-something%, right? On an annual basis, that's good money. If you can put up 20% accrued interest, accrued profits in one calendar year, that beats your bank money account. That beats a lot of mutual fund accounts. That's going to beat a lot of different scenarios, hands down, in terms of what investment interest accruing opportunity. If you 20% your, again, 10,000 brings you what? 20% of 10,000 is what? That's $2,000 extra. Extra. 100,000. That's what? 20,000. You see how that work? Again, where you gonna get those kind of returns anywhere out there, and you don't have to do nothing but just park your money and walk away because you know the stock is gonna give you what? It's gonna give you a bang for your buck. And we talking about minimalistic. We talking about at bare minimum. You see how that work? So you gotta start thinking like that. If you really want to be about this life in terms of as an investor, you gotta understand that this is how this game works. 20% to Wall Street compared to you is like night and day. 20% on $1 billion fund that got somebody got like $1 billion wrapped up in Neo. They get 20% off $1 billion. 20% 20% off $1 million is killing. That's 200,000 off $1 million. That's 200,000 in profit. And on 10 million, obviously 2 million, right? To them, that's man, people kill for 20%. Again, your money market account at Chase, USAA, Navy Federal Credit Union, whoever you bank with, Bank of America, your money market account right now yielding what? Crickets. Money market accounts right now are basically what? In the toilet because interest rate's so low. You ain't making no money on your money sitting in the bank account. That'll be foolish to leave your money in the savings account. They ain't accruing interest right now. That's almost like financial suicide. And everybody out here making a killing, getting in these mutual funds, getting in these ETFs that's yielding a basic return of about 7% yield or 6% yield or 8% yield. We're talking about minimum. But again, S&P went up off the March lows over what, 40%. Over 40% in less than a year. And basically what 9-10 months, if that. Yeah, not even that. Somewhere around there. 40%. Right? So that's what I'm talking about. Again, we already know what Neo did because we already looked at it. Right? We already done the math on Neo. Neo was trading down here at what? $1.70. Back on November 2019. November 2019, this stock was $1.70 a share. $1.70. And went to, well, basically up here where it's at now, $60. Right? $60 a share. Roughly almost near 6,000%. Almost near 6,000%. Crazy gains. Crazy gains. And Joker right here telling you, man, I don't know about the investing stuff, but I think I need to go, go work a little bit harder on the job. Or I go play my scratch off. I'm gonna go hit the lottery. I'm gonna go get paid. I'm gonna go hit this Mega Millions. And you just spent $100 on the Mega Million trying to hit the $302 million, 302 million odds type of gamble, and you could have put that same 100 in Neo back in November, right? Right, you could put that same value back in November at 100, right? Right now that 100 be worth about 5,000. Right now that $100 that you put in Neo back in November will be worth about 5,000 right now. 100 into 5,000. Let that marinate for a moment. Let that marinate for a moment. 100 turned into 5 grand from November to where we are today. Right? It's a little over a year and 2-3 months, if that. Those kind of returns, right? So you say to yourself, man, uh, man, I'm back with hustling out here. I'm trying to convince myself I can work myself into wealth. Like, why? Why would you want to do that when you got these financial vehicles that can help you get there a lot faster? If you just took the time to put in the same energy you put in this studying how to buy a house, or buy a car, some sneakers, a can opener, right? You got all this research when it comes to buying a can opener, right? But when it comes to say, well, hey, let me figure out how to put my money to work. If I'm gonna blow it on something like that, let me also put it to work and set it and forget it, like what they call run, cover, test, real. That's how you learn how to build what long-term value wealth, right? That's how you do. That's how you build it. That's how you build your house with what? With what? Steel and petrified wood, right? And bricks, right? Not straws and wet toilet paper, right? Some people build their house with wet toilet paper. They just get it, they spend it, right? Because they only worry about right now, in the moment, right? That in the moment business model is trash. I mean, let me repeat: the in the moment business model that people used to try to convince you to live by. Man, live like I ain't no tomorrow, man. That's a lie. Tomorrow is coming, right? You a lie. You ain't gonna get me to buy it today any longer. No, I'm straight on that, bro. You go ahead and do that. I'm straight. No, this Tesla, got a battery day tomorrow. I'm straight. I'm trying to buy these Tesla options, right? Because when you know better, you plan better when you know better, right? You perform better when you know better, right? Again, think about that seriously. So it's a mindset, it's a culture. The same way these come to get out there and do these little culture event days, like a Neo Day or Battery Day. That's there to galvanize what their what investor base, and to keep them up to date, right? You already get that from a 10K, right? A 10K format, them updating stuff and let you know. But when they do these grandiose events like this, you know what they're trying to do. They're trying to let you know, hey, stick with us, stay patient. We growing, we innovating, we doing right by your investment dollars that you got into the company. We already want to grow anyway too, because we want to be greedy and rich like you. So sit patient, right? You know what our competition look like. You know where we at in the space. If it's one of those type of stocks, course, and all you gotta do is what? Park it and walk away from it. Literally buy it and forget about it. That's how it's kind of when it's that type of company where you know they got good growth potential. Seriously, it's the same way if you used to put like 1,000 in your bank account when you get your tax return back, right? I'm gonna put 1,000 in my savings account. Y'all remember that used to be the conversation with a lot of people. Oh, when I get my tax return, child, I'm gonna put some of it in. I'm gonna put a good little portion in the savings. Savings. Excuse my language. What the hell is a savings account? In this day and age, when you seeing these kind of things happening in around us now, and a savings account ain't paying nothing on the money market account because interest rates are zero, how you making money on that? You just waiting to liquidate. You waiting for an emergency to happen to liquidate those same funds that sit in that little dusty little savings account. Think about that. People ain't want. You got to convince yourself that you're doing the right thing just because you can let a bank hold your money for you, because you can't responsibly do what's right by if you have what to hold, right, or couldn't grow it, and you saying I'll let JP Morgan go invest with it, but at least I know it's there. And every time I need to pinch off of it and leech off of it, I know it's going to deplete, but hey, think about that. People convince themselves that of every single day they actually think they're doing something because they saving money for an emergency moment or a rainy day. Boy, how time and changed, and look at here. So wealth is being created by people who are what? Heavily invested. Real estate, business ownership, LLC, whatever, product, drop shipping, right? Again, the fact that we just saw that under this PPE loan stuff and this EID loan that's coming under this COVID scenario, they pretty much saying, we don't care if you just cut hair on the weekend. You ain't got to have no business license, none of that stuff. If you've lost 2 or 3 of your customers, and you normally only have about 7, 8 customers, and you lost 2 or 3 of them, that in itself warrants you to get a grant from the government. Couldn't make this stuff up. You don't have to be official, even business license holder, and they're gonna give you grant money on the house. freelance workers and all that stuff. True story. If you do a 1099, even if you do, you don't, they're gonna give you money. If you're in a low income environment and you lost 30% of your revenue in a low income environment, you live in a low income, community for a demographic, you automatically qualify for $10,000. Automatically qualify. All you got there say, hey, you know what? I lost about 30% of my revenue. You ain't got to provide no proof documents, none of that stuff. You got to have a business license. You just got to submit like anybody else. And the government will give you a grant, a $10,000 grant. If the community area that you live in is below the poverty level threshold, that will be warranted in that community or that demographic. They're gonna throw you 10 grand out the gate. True story. Go look it up yourself. It's all over the IRS site, church site. It's already set in motion. Right? So I'm like, sure. And the majority of people that will get that money, what they gonna do with it? They invest it, even to the business that they might have already been in, or they're gonna put it in the other other investment endeavors. Whatever white folk always been doing since time immemorial. They've always used the hustle. They use the credit card hustle. Y'all know that's the oldest hustle, right? They get it, and do what? They open up, taking out a line of credit, right? Do a cash out with some of the cash and put it into what? Into stocks. And they pay the principal off, obviously. Especially if they get zero interest for quite a while. They pay it back on, from the stock growth. Credit turned into cash surplus. Simple as that. Credit turned into a cash surplus. Right? So again, you got to really be strategic and learn how to hustle, because the game is like, at this point, people already know what's happening, right? And a lot of us are kind of convinced ourselves that, you know what, I'm not just no, okay, right? So you're gonna live life very, very, a little too recluse, to the point where you're gonna miss the opportunity to really put it back. Even crazy, because they still even got the mortgage rate moratorium right now, meaning the mortgage forgiveness loan scenario. That's still credible. I think up until, I want to say up until March. You get up until March to actually still do credit, mortgage forbearance. I mean, you have to pay your mortgage for an entire year. You get 6 months, and then you get to reapply for another 6 months. You get up to almost 12 months of mortgage forbearance, where if you do have the type of loan that's obviously credible for you to be able to get, and you have to provide no paperwork, you have to provide no level of excuse. You just say, I hit a hard time because of COVID. And the bank, by federal standard, they got to be able to do it. If you do have what they consider to be, the type of federal loans for that house, they got to grant it to you. They can't try to make you sign those side paperwork, none of that. They got to grant you that opportunity if it's a federal loan. So that means you just picked up, 12 months of a mortgage-free environment, $2,000, $3,000, however you pay for your mortgage, $1,000. That's free money. That's $12,000 at the end of the year, or 24 if you pay 2,000, or on and up if you know the rest. It seriously. So, and people take that and say, you know what, I'm gonna go buy me some Bitcoin. Right, I'm gonna go buy Bitcoin. Right? A lot of people already did that. True story. They were doing that back in June, July. It's like, I do this mortgage forbearance. I'm gonna put it in Bitcoin. I'm gonna put a third of it in Bitcoin, a third of it in US based stocks, right? And I put a third into some other investment or whatever, or pay some, I don't know. But anyway, Bitcoin, obviously, y'all know the root with that. I know I'm off topic a little bit with Neo Day, but I'm painting the picture. Y'all know the method of my madness. I'm saying how you look at things from a long-term perspective. Marcus did not prove us anything besides just that, hey, if you watch all 2020, the market, hit the March lows of March 23rd and rebounded up near 40% and everything. A lot of other stocks, rocketed with it, especially the tech sector. The tech sector went bonkers. Tesla went bonkers. Apple, Facebook, all those went bonkers. Then you got to convince yourself, like, you missed out on all that opportunity, all that money, because you want to convince yourself what? You better off trying to play it what? In your mind, playing it safe. But you ain't playing it safe where you got a savings account, you ain't making no money on it. You just waiting to be liquidated. You waiting to be liquidated. So that's why investments have their place in the food chain, in the aspect of growing wealth. And that's why a lot of people became a new millionaires and all that kind of stuff like that during the coronavirus situation. Right? Billionaires made, well over $1 trillion. They made over $1 trillion. Wall Street in itself, corporate companies made off with over $1 trillion in wealth under a market grab, a monetary heist that was orchestrated by the feds. and the U.S. Treasury. Steve Mnuchin, Jay Powell, corporate companies, they knew what was going on. They seen this picture before. They know exactly how to operate when it happens. They took advantage of it, and they cleaned the clock with money, making money off American citizen tax dollars. True story. Not making this up. The data's there. So at some point, we're going to have to start thinking like that too. You, Again, you're going to live your entire life trying to play it safe like a plan B patch, and you ain't going to look. Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that then. Go ahead on then with that. Go right on ahead with that. And as opposed to you leaving something behind that's really awesome for your offspring, you can leave something that's really completely what? Outstanding for them as well if you learn how to get invested. Those assets transfer. As long as you got that QSIT number, they got access to that what? That stock or those stocks or that wealth. So that's why it's important. So when we're looking at, again, these opportunities like a NEO, again, from $1.73 up to $60, in about a year and 2 months. Crazy gains. Crazy gains, right? So that's why you follow these little events here and there, right? And we say, okay, well, what's the importance of this Neo Day stuff, and what's this all about? This is why people who have watched a lot of you guys, of course, you know, invest and trade throughout COVID, and they were sitting at the house like everybody else. They were sitting on quarantine, couldn't go to work, trying to figure out how they're gonna make some money, whatever. And they were just watching you continuously post your little stuff about the markets and some of the gains that you might have made, and they were just watching, right? They were just watching. You know, I'd be like when a person be ear hustling, they hear you whispering, and they trying to listen real hard, but they want to jump in, but they watch you meticulously grow a little bit of your own wealth during a pandemic, and they couldn't see for the love loving themselves how they could have also been a part of such a scenario. Because again, that's that part where you're still mentally trapped on the plantation. Right? The business model is to go to school, get educated so you can get a good job, so you can always be tied to the system, right? Well, the system ain't gonna teach you how to get this money like this, because again, the system in itself, its offspring are following the business model of how to keep everybody else in that position while they go out and do their money, grow their money in vehicles like what we watch right now on my screen. Do you not think Wall Street was buying Neo when it was down there $1.70 a share? You think that was only retail traders like me and you, or you think that was Wall Street too? And Wall Street, they got like that Warren Buffett thesis, right? You shouldn't be thinking about holding stock for 10 seconds. If you don't plan on holding for 10 years, they say, okay, this is a great opportunity here because these are going to barbecue a meal. It's already down here. Load up. Let me put $1 million on Neo right here, $1.73. We'll put $1 million on it, and we'll monitor it, right? We'll monitor it at 1 million shares down. And now I think up in that $60 a share, somebody right now smiling all the way to the bank, and then some. They bypass the bank because they ain't gonna put it in the bank. They gonna put it back in their brokerage account, leave it in the brokerage account, right? That brokerage account whoop that bank account any day of the week, any day of the week, right? So again, mentality. What is your mentality like? From an investment thesis perspective, what is your mentality like? Do you have that kind of financial, fiscal response, or what to say, patience and discipline? Because that's what it's going to take to grow real money. People say, I want to get money. Well, guess what? Then prove it to yourself, not to no one else. Prove it to yourself. Learn how to strategically learn how to grow your money for you. Let it go work for you. Let it go swag out for you. Let it go, get on fleek and all that other stuff they say. Let it go do all those things for you. You're just going to blow it anyway. That's how you got to look at it. I was going to blow $20 anyway on a couple of drinks at the bar. That's about what you can get out of the bar these days, I think, right? About 2 or 3 drinks for $20, if that. Right? You're gonna blow that on the buzz anyways. Mind up, blow it on the stock. Let it turn over for you 2 or 3 times. Then take the profit and go buy your drinks. And let the principal go back in your pocket. Again, you gotta start thinking like that. Right? The Neo ain't finna slow down. Right? Tesla ain't finna slow down. Apple ain't finna slow down for you. They're not gonna wait for you to get serious and get ready. No, the world don't work that way. Markets and money is constantly gonna be. It's money being made right now. Right? It's money being made right now. Well, a lot of people, just sitting around chilling, waiting for something to happen. It's money being made right now. Right. So it's important to realize that, guys. So, of course, on this channel, what I try to always invoke in you is that, hey, just take it a little extra, right? Take a little extra distance and really, put thought to opportunity and figure out how to take those $2 or $3, right? Those $5 or $6 that you're just gonna blow at KFC on the way in the house, on the way to the house, and you already got food at the house. How to be a little bit more patient on it. and put that money to work. It's a culture. Everybody has to go deal with that too, right? It's hard sometimes you think about it, right? But you got to get into that mindset, right? 100% right. Value investing, right? Learning how to grow your money. Dollar cost averaging, right? Principle based investing, right? Anytime you get a little extra piece of change, you're not gonna blow it on something that you probably already got in the house just because you know you can. I'm gonna put it in the stock. Well, worst case scenario, it'll go up 2-3% the next day, right? 5-6-7%, the next week or two. Well, that mean that money then grew legs. It's people out there that live off the interest alone, right? It's people out there got sedentary investment where they just skim off the top every 3 months, 6 months, a year. They just skim off the profit and and just feed off the markets and just feed off the markets, right? So again, that kind of mindset. So again, back to Neo Day, the ET7, right? The supposed Tesla killer to the Model S vehicle, right? That's the competition, right? The ET7 versus the what? The Model S, right? Technology, right? At its full scale grandiose level, right? Right? This is why this stuff is important. So, and again, options, right? Options. Our sister Deshonda, right? Our sister Deshonda, right? We put a business model plan together during a training session. That sister took them Tesla calls, right? When Tesla was basically around about what, $500 or $600, right? And we like this what on a long term perspective, this what Tesla got going on. These are the kind of levels that potentially going to hit on the way to getting up to where it's going. That sister took that little position and cashed out around about 14 racks on that trade. Now, keep in mind that kind of return is done in about less than that of a month, somewhere around there. If Even if you take a position like that, you can make those kind of gains like that. Even if you think about a 12-month, rolling schedule scenario like that, the opportunities that are afforded to you are just priceless, right? The opportunities afforded to you are just priceless. So that's why it's important to learn everything you can about this. Why wouldn't you, right? Why would you want to recharge yourself, for lack of a better word, recharge yourself from the opportunities, right? I always tell people, convince me why you shouldn't learn how to invest in these financial vehicles, these stocks. You buy the product already. Well, if I buy the stock, that's like gambling. Well, you just bought the product. Is that not the same? You gambling with the product. You don't know if that product gonna hurt you, harm you, kill you. It could have salmonella, E. coli in it if it's a perishable product. You gambling on the product the same way. Well, it's FDI regulated, FDA this and all this. Like what? Spare me, seriously, spare me that, right? Because you know what's happening there. That's that cognitive dissonance kicking in, where people will have to be responsible with more financial responsibility. We all have been through that, right? That irresponsible value being, financially, indigent, or just, making moves and like, man. Well, the older you get, the more what sedentary you get, the more smarter you get. You start realizing, man, I was very wasteful at a point in my life. If I had known when I was Netflix and chilling back in 2006, if I had just been buying the stock of Netflix as opposed to just trying to do the Netflix and chill mentality, man, where would I be today? Right? Or Apple or Nike or y'all get it. Anyway, let's roll some of that beautiful footage. The ET7, the Tesla killer, right? That's what they they deeming it. That's what they call it, the Tesla killer. Let's roll some of that beautiful footage and see exactly what Neo is looking to bring to the market. Keep in mind, this is a company that started making SUVs and SUVs only, and now they are now moving it into the sedan space. Y'all know Asian people are typically by stature, of course, just per the science, not that me just harping on, but they're what? They're more anatomical, smaller people, right? They're not just overly tall people and even fat people. They're more smaller people, so they do well to have smaller vehicles, right? And so that's why SUV would be like driving like a stretch limousine to them, right? In some cases, right? Not just saying they just tiny small like a picnic person, but they do well with space conservative values because of the fact that they're very heavily crowded environment, right? So their innovations are more designed to their stature, their way of life, their the space that they have available or they don't. And so think about the fact that now that they're trying to move into the sedan space, right? This is huge for that market because of the fact that, number one, it's a luxury sedan, but you get to have a what they call a ready-made, somewhat living quarters inside your vehicle, right? If these people are technologically savvy, they're moving here and fro and taking road trips, they got everything they need in their car to make it seem like a home environment. then to them that's a win-win, and they got ample space, right? And these people ain't overly big, right? Where they got to get like a a ESV, right? Cadillac Escalade. Y'all know the ESV Cadillac Escalade? That thing about the size of a school bus. Like what person want? Oh, like old Ford Discouragers. Ford make that big Ford Discourage, man. That thing about the size of a mini school bus. Like, what you need a vehicle that big for? What you finna haul around with something like that for? I just want it because it's big. Y'all know Americans like to go big or go home, bro. You got the big old giant school bus in your backyard in the driveway, and people barely even see the third row seating aspect of it, right? Barely see the third row seating level, right? But you got it because you can You can go big and go home in America, baby. That's how we roll over here, baby. Big truck, big wheels, big everything, right? Y'all get it, right? Let's roll some out for the dough. Again, here's the Tesla killer, right? Again, some of you guys probably already saw it, was there for the Neo event, but we just kind of recouping a little bit, rehashing. This is the new unveiled, the ET7 unveiled. All right, that window right there. Let's stop for 2 seconds. Y'all see that window right there? All right, that's the back window. So y'all see, instantly they got that same kind of open view blue sky skate window right now. What's important about that window? We're gonna go deep into that too real quick, guys. I don't want to spend too much time on here, but I know I am. I get that long with it. I get to going in because y'all know I'm meticulous about my research. But I did the research, like I said, I took notes throughout the entire event, and clearly, y'all see it got the open blue sky window bay. That particular glass that they're using, it's a laminate type of glass. It's a very what they call well, some of my people out there that familiar with sound quality, right? My sound folks out there, sound engineers. It's an acoustic engineered type of glass that keeps basically all the sound from the outside, out, and all the inside, the sound on the inside in, right? That laminate acoustic engineered type of glass that number one is strong, but it also is very quieting in terms of your environment on the inside, right? And so you would think that because it got all this open glass that you would have all this ambient noise from the outside coming in. Even the glass, the windshields, the roofs, all this stuff is, this stuff, they spared no expense in giving you that kind of quality that you would typically get when you buy like a Bentley or something of that nature, right? They're gonna we're gonna make sure we're gonna quiet the outside. You can go to sleep in your car base and hear nothing, not even a cricket, right? Same thing with Neo doing here. Again, this that little intricate stuff, right? That nerd stuff they call it. I don't know, whatever, but y'all get it. So moving on, bro. Moving on. So this is the 6. All right, so this is the 6. So this is not the 7 here. So I'm premature. So this is the 6. The 6 is kind of somewhat how the Model Y would be, right? So this is the EC6. So I jumped the gun a little bit. So let's watch the EC6 here. This is the battery swap. So again, the battery swap program also that they have in play is a subscription service. So if you buy your Neo outright, you can either buy it with the the performance battery choice that you want, a bigger battery or whatever, or the standard version, or you can subscribe to what they call a battery swapping program. They call it actually BAAS, right? Or BOS, whatever, where you can now subscribe and pay like a monthly fee. And so you'll have access to have your battery swapped out anytime you want, which typically they say, I think from the schematics in terms of the research, I think they said it takes roughly around about every 3 weeks you can go get your battery swap. So you'll have up to 3 weeks worth of drive, range value, right? If you're doing that, obviously, they're going crazy every day in ludicrous mode like a Tesla. You'll have up to at least 3 weeks with one battery. Of course, then you can change it out, swap it out for another one, right? That's revolutionary in itself. Right, just think about that, guys. You've been going to Lyft to get your battery swapped. All you gotta do is just hit the button on your car like Night Rider. It drives to the nearest battery swap, hanger. It gets the battery swap, of course, and do all that, and take that little bit of time that you can solve very fast, and then you out of there. Right, again, revolutionary, right? And of course, y'all know Neo. Y'all, as y'all finna see here, they got that, the Neo, kind of that comparative value to the Tesla Roadster. They have this Formula One racing type of Neo vehicle that's pretty much like one of the fastest vehicles on the planet. If y'all saw them do the test on it, they had raced. I want to say it was a God, what was that? Was it Pagani or it was a Guys, it wasn't a Pagani. It was what was that? I know it was the Lamborghini. It was a Lamborghini. Which model was the one of them models? They was basically racing, right? And the car that was filming them race was a Neo, right? This Neo sports car was ahead of both of those cars, filming them. And the people were like, well, who filming this? And then this electric car that was driving inside, they dusted all of them, right? So it's crazy, man. This stuff is crazy, but whatever. Y'all go do your research and that stuff. But yeah, I thought it'd be real cool. But they also have a Formula One racing scenario that they also trying to put into place. So that's what they're speaking about this Formula One racing Neo stuff.
It's Oliver Turvey here from the Neo 333 Formula E team. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you on Neo Day. This is such an important time of the year for Neo and the Neo owners. I hope everyone can enjoy this wonderful party today and continue to support the Neo brand. After 6 years of rapid growth, Neo and the development team have been closely linked. We have been working hard to prepare for season 7, and the team is full of confidence. We are looking forward to working with you for this new season.
It's one of the fastest street grade, street permissible vehicles pretty much on the planet. This vehicle right here is one of the fastest ones on the planet. So I mean, you clearly can see they got their hands in everything. I mean, literally racing. They have a neo life culture accoutrements. Again, they got the SUV lines that they came out with first, and now they're moving into this new sedan space to challenge quote unquote Tesla's Model S or sedan line, so to speak. Right. This is just the first flagship inaugural one. Right. So again, basically, we're just laying the breadcrumbs. Right. Of course, whether you invest in stock or you don't, that's totally you. But when you do extensive research, this is how you do it. Now, these things are things that you can just find on your own. You can just go through the internet, go through Google, and do all this. And you did this from the comfort of your cell phone, your laptop, your computer, your tablet. You're not losing nothing, right? You didn't break a fingernail, or you didn't, your knees ain't going bad. You didn't throw your elbow out, right? Seriously, guys, if you can't put in this kind of level of work that's already set in motion for you to figure out how to now strategically plan an investment, then I don't know what to say, because it's pretty much a given. They laying it out. These people doing all the hard work, the R&D, the marketing and advertisement, M&A, mergers and acquisition. They're doing all that, right? All you do is come in after they done built Rome, is what? Come in and own a piece of Rome. Is that work? Well, that's basically what happens when you learn how to invest, by figuring out who got, who building solid structures, who building a better business model, right? Again, this is what I'm talking about, right? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Right? So, young company, as you heard the guy say, about 5-6 years, and look where they at. Now, ask yourself the question: do you think they're going to be around another 5-6 years, or have they reached their zenith in terms of growth opportunity? Right? And you say to yourself, man, the stock is already at $60. I already missed out. Again, people said that at Tesla at what? 400, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, right? 800, where it's at now, 900, basically, it's at $900 right now, right? So again, it's how you value certain things, right? You got to learn how to put a premium value on, on growth, and that's when people still have a lot of what so-called tricks in the bag, right? That they're gonna unveil, right? McDonald's ain't stopped evolving yet. Have they not? Have McDonald's stopped evolving? McDonald's is, of all people, McDonald's is still evolving, right? Yeah, the all special sauce, lettuce, cheese, and tomatoes, and y'all know the song. Go, you probably can rap it. But do you think McDonald's has stopped evolving? They still growing. They about to go autonomous staff on you in a minute. There'll be robots in there slinging them fries and burgers. True story. They're already doing it in certain stores. They're removing the inside workers and got kiosks in there now. Kiosks. You go to the kiosk, submit your order. The machine make it happen in the back and slang you a little burger right off in a little tray after you put your little card in there. Well, guess what? They had that in Asia already. They've been doing that in Asia years ago. We just ain't got there yet in America, because we still like that grandiose scale of brick and mortar and having gazillion people working in one little little restaurant. They already been doing that in Asia. All over Asia, you go to little ramen noodle houses, noodle houses. Man, I'm joking, so virtually integrated in technology. So get your little ramen noodle order, prepare it in a row, and send it out in a conveyor belt. You pay your stuff like a vending machine, and roll it right on by there, and it'll be the quality if somebody made it, right, right before you. But again, y'all get it. Y'all get it. All right, so moving on. PSA. Take your heart and pull it out from me. Call me courage. Why don't you want to be who we are? See right there? Your key is going to be a digital integrated, pretty much, credit card, right? Like a Motel 6, key card. As long as you have that on your person or in your wallet or near the vehicle, if the sensors, off the computer sensors read it, your door handle pops open like that, you in your vehicle. No more fumbling in the snow with bags full of groceries, right? Y'all know our brothers are. We have like 30,000 different grocery bags in our hand, on both hands, trying to carry all the grocery bags at one time. Can't even open the door, get into the trunk, right? Now it's everything. Just as long as you got that key in, just open up, right? Put your foot underneath the bottom of the tailgate, the trunk, open up, all that stuff. Again, technology, right? Again, that evolution, right? Key cards, right? They actually upgraded that key card in the ET7, right? Their digital key is crazy on the ET7 in a way where, again, it has, we even call it like a soft door closing technology, right? It slightly opens up in a jar when you come near it, and then even when you get ready to close it, you just push it close to the door, and it'll close on its own. Like it's crazy. So again, we already saw the ES8, excuse me, and there's all the other ES models in terms of SUVs. It's going to replay those things maybe like 2 or 3 times, right? And then it's going to move towards the actual event. So I think I'm gonna go on and fast forward through some of that there, so we can get to so you guys we can get there, because this is a long event. All right, so this is when it first kicking off. So again, this is all that pageantry stuff like I was talking about. That's them just supporting their coach. Now they make this like an event, like a Staples basketball game, like it would be like a national championship, right? Again, if y'all saw that already, I ain't got to go through all that, but you can see that I'm gonna fast through some of it. You can see that they're excited to be there. It's like a concert event. Literally. Of course, it's in Mandarin. So some of y'all that speak that Mandarin. So this is, the auditorium and the ideal of again them making it an event, right? They're making it a big, massive event. Size of place. They're joking like, what COVID? What coronavirus? Yeah, cause I sat through all this stuff. It was about 4 hours long day in there. Again, but I'm gonna go with my notes. So interesting, right there. You see instantly right there. That's why I want to show that part. They actually have a Neo radio too. They have Neo radio as well. Subscription service. I'm pretty sure, kind of like you get with Sirius or what was it? Sirius FM or whatever. They got Neo radio. You probably get it free for maybe a lifetime. Who knows? You pay a certain amount, they give it to you free, or you can get a subscription service. Again, they just learn how to squeeze the margin. They find out how to squeeze margin out of their clients, right? So interesting, right? So again, that's more margin expansion. Again, people just figuring out how to make money. How to take their scenario and grow, right? Crazy, man. Crazy monopoly market. 100% right, Evil Monica. So they got Neo Radio.
嗨，大家好，我是前方加速度的主播陶乐。你好，我是资讯充电站早间版的主播丁娜。大家好，我是腾分站的穿运动鞋的秋秋。Hello， 大家好，我是 U Radio 成都分站。
Again, that's culture. They're building culture. Their brand awareness in terms of their culture. They're building that base. They're getting their people to feel like we got everything you need in house. You need look no further than what we have to offer you, right? Loyalty goes a long way, right? It goes a long way, right? All right, so we'll move through all that again. Like I said, that's all the packaging.
如果要是你现在还不知道2020最惨的人是一个什么样的梗的话，欢迎大家打开。
All right, so again, that's them, going through, getting everybody all fired up and whatever, right?
未来真正的是为用户好。
All right, so this is that part where, all right, so the Neo, they obviously this turns user culture, right? So this is them again showing you how they're into other things besides just the technology of the vehicles. They got this again Neo life, right? The culture, right? The clothing, the theater, this Neo band, right? They're actually on payroll. They are employees of Neo, right? Got nothing to do with the car, but it has to do with the culture. How all these different cities came together to produce this, this culture scape of, So Wuhan, y'all know that was ground zero for the coronavirus, Wuhan, but they got a plant there.
对我们的武汉的帮助。第二个就是在全国车友面前展示一个重启的武汉。我们要用广州的热情和低调的美食招待全国的车友。咱们未来的 slogan 不是叫云峰 Sky Coming 吗？你去看吗？来，白云这边啊，很应景啊。大家还是希望说我们能够展示出来我们青岛有申办理自行队的这个愿望，即便是不能成功，我们也尽全力做到最好。我们作为新兴的一个网红城市
So they're giving these different cities the opportunity to produce a production plan to host this Neo Days, right? So all the channels like, hey, I'm in. Right? Like we would love to host this event. They making it even a theater, a theatric moment where again, just to bring tourism to our, our cities, to put the spotlight on us. Again, making it a very grandiose experience. So again, this is that culture branding I was talking about, right? Building up that that hype, right? And so this is exciting to see all these different little nations and provinces around China competing to be the company that hosts the event, right? Then of course the company, the team that won, you're gonna see it, y'all saw them going in. But anyway, just wanted to kind of reiterate that, right? So again, we're talking about that culture expansion.
一定要去喊出自己的声音，就算我们没有最终入选，我觉得我们也要去当这个最亮的陪跑者。
As if this is like an Olympics or something. Seriously, they made like an Olympic event.
我们既然代表苏州来去做这样的事情，我们希望这个事情不能做好，很多东西是我们发现很多真的感情在里面。因为这个其实就是未来最有吸引力的地方。就像我说申奥可能就可以讲，但是这种事发生在我们的身边，我觉得特别有意思。之前大家看到了深圳啊、上海啊这些车友做 New Day 的时候的那种奉献精神以及各种故事啊，大家非常感动，也希望这些故事能发生在海南。哪怕我们机会非常渺茫，哪怕连续申请10年我们都做不了，我们也不会放弃的。既能让大家提高参与度，又能体现出来未来真真正正的是为用户考虑，而且是一个真正的用户企业。让乐队在自己的城市去举办，展示自己城市的独特魅力。不管结果怎么样，我们至少把城市的美好的一面一定要展示给中国人民。其实我们最开始也没有想到会采用这种方式，这个我觉得在未来历史上可以写下很浓墨重彩的意义，就像是让每个人参与到了一个申办奥运会的一个场景一样，紧张刺激。
Like you said, like bidding for the Olympics.
车友之间的一个凝聚力。我们也特别感谢跟我们一起参与申办的9个城市：成都、兄弟，2020 New Day， 我们苏州来了。苏州来了，我来了。New Day， 我们是中，我们一定会。
You notice you didn't see not one European, not one African, not one East Indian, not one South American. You only saw what there again. You gotta look deep, right? It's the culture, right? You saw how adamant they were in trying to always even be picked, like as if this is like an Olympic event for them. This that culture stuff I was talking about. Again, I keep reiterating that, but this is how you got to be very keen in terms of your research and understanding how this stuff is, companies and their branding, that loyalty. Again, think about Apple, Apple users, right? As you saw him say, right? We're trying to show the user. That's why this is a great movement, right? This new movement, because the users are the ones we're trying to captivate. We're trying to captivate that audience who love the value of the brand, right? What this company or this brand stands for, right? So again, more reason how you would say yourself, given the opportunity to those people that was trying to do that. How many people probably want to turn around and buy a Neo vehicle given the opportunity? They probably would, right? And it's groundbreaking technology. Y'all get it. Moving on. So Chengdu won. Chengdu was the company the country that won, or the province that won, excuse me, to host the event. So this is it. See, that's why I made that statement earlier. That's why you're not going to see not one European, one African, you only going to see their people and their people only. That's a statement. They did that for a reason. Again, you got to look deeper than what you're thinking, right? They did that for a reason. They're trying to appeal to what? Their people, right? We need this, right? We need this technology because we're trying to clean up, China as a whole in terms of pollution, and how well would this be for everybody in the culture? Y'all get it. Moving on. Right. We saw earlier that they have a Neo food program, right? So we already went through this in terms of Neo life, right? This within their what? Their ecosystem. They got music. We seen this. They even got Joey. Look at Joey, Michael Jordan. Y'all saw him. All right, so now they're finna do this little. They finna show one of the guys that's in the band. He gonna play some music. Now it's showing all that. So you see what I'm saying there. Now, what do American investors? How do American investors see China as a whole right now? They see them as what? Communists, commies. Y'all know they got all these little, sayings that they always say. They commies. Man, if anybody, why y'all supporting China and all that stuff, right? Right? Y'all, them type, right? Y'all know they're all around y'all right now, especially some of you little, chat boards. I ain't gonna support the commies and they communists and this, that, and third, all that foolishness, right? Right. And they'll turn around and buy a stock that support what, you know, you know, gun violence and all the. See how that works? It's cycle. So people got the wrong impression, right? Because again, if you're an opportunist, you're an opportunist, right? Now I do say, y'all know me, of course. There's only stocks that I would not invest in is prison stocks, right? Private prison stocks. Of course, that's where I draw my line. But in the case where you're saying this is innovation that has no particular what, respect of person because it's a ubiquitous item that has a use case, right? It's not like China is stamped on the what as a big monologue around the side of the door panel just because it's manufactured there. Well, guess what? Majority of your vehicles that you're driving around right now, Toyota, Renault, right? A Nissan, right? Right? All them companies are made in China. Honda, Acura. So you already driving vehicles that's made in Asia. So what would be your excuse, right? To say that I don't want to invest in a Chinese company, but you driving the cars around right now. See, I'm not saying that y'all would, but I know people out there that think like that. They all that China's communist and this and they, man, like whatever, man. Spare me all that fake, fake outrage. Right? Because see, when the money on the line, right, when them dollars are going for, anybody seen that thing about that dumb stuff? Because I don't know nobody that understand markets in terms of how they work wouldn't have loved to got in the Neo at $1.70 a share, and then now it's up near 60. Right now it's up $60 a share. It ain't too communist not, yeah, yeah. That communist stuff went right on out the window when them dollars start racking up in that brokerage account. Like again, the Django. Now you got my attention, like Calvin Candy style. Now you got my attention. Yeah, you ain't too bad after all. Let me get ramen noodles on 3. So again, mentality. Y'all get it. So always go beyond the fact that how people don't let people box into these old imaginary, allegiance, portals and no, that's for people who I don't know even what to say. I'm not going to waste my time on that food, right? We are investors and traders. It is a part of our fiduciary responsibility as business owners within our own right. We run our own line of business to make sure we're making strategic monetary business decisions every single day, no matter if it's East Indian, South American, African, European. If it's a stock that's banging and has growth potential and it's obviously on our exchanges and whatever, then guess what? Let's get at it. Right? As long as it don't really affect some deep, seated conviction you have about a certain scenario, then outside of that, man, get this money. Right? Get this money. Right? So again, this is a Neo band. Like I said, they even got their own band, but I ain't gonna play all that though. Again, I don't drag this live stream out longer than need to. But Yeah, they got like a little band and all that. Y'all see that this is the Asian Drake. This is the Chinese Drake. The Chinese Trey Songs or something. Y'all see it? That's Asian Key Sweat right there. So this is a band that they got. Again, they got their own band. So the band does all their own theme songs and all that. So again, they take culture to the next level, right? They take culture to the next level.
在我们未来社区里面，通过一个选拔招募了一共15位非常非常有才华的、爱音乐的车主朋友们。然后我们
Somebody translate that in the back chat. One of y'all can translate that, right?
未来乐团，也就是我们的 New Band。
I heard that last part. Neo Band. That's all I need to hear.
是我们 New Band， 后面也是我们未来非常可爱的未来人，大家给他们掌声。是我们的伴唱团。 那我还是需要走一下流程啊。我们这个旁边这一位，我一定要隆重介绍一下，是我们华语乐团非常非常有名的一位音乐制作人、歌手，那也是我们北京奥运会2008年北京奥运会《我和你》这首主题曲的创作者之一。未来乐团一定也想以的版本环绕的版本。那么今天呢，在这个
You see them Nikes he got on over Chris? Them Nikes right there killing them J's, killing them J's.
我们所有的这个 New 的伙伴们，然后。时间从来不懂回头，没空遍地逗留。 热情早已冲破浪头，海天的蔚蓝，我梦想在手。
And notice you see not one European in their group, not one African, not one Asian, East Asian, I should say, East Indian. Y'all see Lil Wayne? Y'all hear Rihanna? Look at Rihanna. Now, guys, this is a car unveil, a tech unveil day, and you see the pageantry here. You see the theatrics here. You this is again, this is like a Super Bowl type of event for a car for a company to come out and say, hey, we got this car coming out, and we got a couple existing upgrades to our technology and our batteries, and you see what I'm saying here? Tesla events do not look like this. Now, I ain't bagging on Tesla because I love Tesla. I'm making a lot of money on Tesla, right? When Ford don't do these kind of scenarios, right? They again short term. Let's get straight to it. That kind of always by the right. It's the culture, right? Again, keep in mind, young market. They're trying to make sure they solidify themselves with their base. They're letting, hey, Neo Day. It's all about the user. The end user of any aspect of our business model, Neo Life, Blue Sky Point. Again, the cars itself, right? It's the food scenario that they have, right? It's about the culture, right? Right? When you hear rappers come out and say, man, we do it for the culture, right? Y'all know T.I. them do it for the culture, right? Young G's and Buddy, right? Gucci Man, do it for the culture, right? Man, look. It stopped fast as they cut that mic off. But these people are really serious about that. And see, that's the difference. They're loyal to their base. So this is a pageantry moment of epic proportion. The money that was spent for this, you can all imagine. And they just doing this to unveil a vehicle. A vehicle. Right? And them some divas. That's it, Jay. Them some divas. Right? I'm talking about serious, man. Couldn't make this stuff up. And they're rocking on y'all. They rocking on y'all. Neo band. They got a band. They got their own band. Ford ain't got their own band. Tesla ain't got their own band. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me move on, man. I'm just cutting up a little bit. Right now, Neo investor like, man, I want to see all that, man. Get to the car stuff. Right? I'm gonna sell the stock off Monday just because they did all this. How many of y'all think how many investors probably gonna do that? Probably a few of them, right? Because see, they got that what? They don't have that understanding how business really works. They just always think that it got to be about what see, it's deeper than that in a lot of cases. In some cases, you got to look at the bigger picture, right? So that I'm using this for a reason. This is a case study moment, right? Y'all know me. I always say this: mess my mat. I'm not going to obviously, subject y'all to the entire thing. You go watch it yourself, but these certain key things, I'm focusing on them for a reason because if you're going to be real solid and learning how to put the piece of the puzzle together in your due diligence and not leave anything unturned to see exactly what the mission or the attention aspect that the company is trying to now capture in its audience, right? It's people who are going to buy their product. Well, this is some of the aspect of what you have to be able to read into as well, and not just skip all past it and get on to the just right because Wall Street is trying to weigh all that too. Like, okay, well, if they pick up, okay, their production goal for 2021 is to get over 100,000 vehicles, right? Well, how many new, potential customers do you think they picked up alone in that crowd that came for this event or people that's watching? Because keep in mind, this was one of the most watched events in all of Asia. I think they said it hit some records actually in the entire world that people was up at 5 a.m. in the morning to watch this event in America and Europe, parts of Africa. They say it hit a lot of it hit some record numbers in around the globe and people that was watching this event. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Couldn't make this stuff up. So if everybody watching it too, like, man, this is like a Super Bowl show, they thinking the same thing. But how many people are going to buy this vehicle, these vehicles, just by all this here? You see how that works? Well, as an investor, if you're the shareholder, guess what you're thinking? Yeah, I hope a lot of people got excited when they bought this. Right? 100% right. Chris is building that coat. They're building it. Same way people feel about Apple. Like if you ever say, man, Apple garbage or trash, they be ready to fight you, right? They face frown all up. They get in their little feelings about a product. Think about that. If you say something bad about Tesla, man, you got to have your pistol. Joker take it personal, boy. You got to shoot a Joker through the screen because they get real personal. They get the cussing and swearing and I mean almost tears in their eyes. Like, how dare you say something about Tesla, Elon? But no, Elon is like God to us. Those kind of type of people, they dangerous, right? They are dangerous. They moving on emotion, right, and not logic. Although they are in the right place because the stock gonna do what it's gonna do because of the technology, but they taking it a step a little too far. Like your emotion don't help the stock going propel it any higher. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you that, but you can't propel the stock any higher on your emotion. It's still going to take people to buy that, hit that buy button, right? Or people to hold that stock, right? So again, eliminating that, you learning how to think strategically and look at all these companies, which they are to me, all of them pump and dumps. Everything, Neo a pump and dump, Tesla pump and dump, Apple a pump and dump, Google a pump and dump. Yeah, they can last a long time, but ultimately at the end of the day, that's why the stock goes what up and down. It pumps it and it dumps and it pumps it some more and it dumps a little bit and some of those pumps and dumps just get smaller over time when more money began to come to the stock and then it began to have small pump and dump moments. Right? True story. True story. All right, so y'all get it. Y'all get it. All right, so that's that. All right, so get on through it. Y'all see it. Neo Day Band.
Hello， 大家好，我是杨柳，来自无锡的交音室。Hello， 大家好，我是 Hugh， 我也是来自南宁的车主。
Yeah, I get translation to that at some point. My bad.
喂，剛嚟緊忙錢㗎。昨天他在我背站電話，我第一次我送回家。他睡了嗎？前晚剛剛睡着。哦，我第一期也不多了，你抽空打電話來吧。曉得了。
This is a car event that's showing you all this. So clearly, like I said, they even got Neo Play, right? Neo Theater or whatever they want to call it. They got the movie actors, kind of like an Apple. Like Apple has Apple movie or whatever they call it, whatever, right? With Oprah and Steven Spielberg, all them. So Neo, doing that for a car company. So eventually, cameras, phones, I mean, all that. See how that works? Culture. They building that. They building that culture. And again, and it's still a young, crazy market. That's crazy when you think about it, but that's exactly what's happening here. That's exactly what's happening here. So they even got they got like this, like Medea, the age of Medea. See? Neo plays. Get on, spare that, spare that. It's getting late. Or Neo movies, or however they're gonna, title it, but it's the same thing. It's basically what you see here. Again, not one African, not one European, not one East Indian. 100% strictly them. I don't know if that's Neo whiskey or not. That might be some Neo whiskey. That's that good goju, right? Some of that good, a good rice wine right there. A good rice wine there. All right, so we get on through a little bit here, guys. I know we burning time. Won't spend too much time here. All right, so. Play. See?
希望能够让更多的人看到我的表演，还有观众对我的认可。从19年到现在，我见证了未来慢慢变好，是未来。文化行业逐步复苏，人众已经重新回到舞台。
No, that's the owner right there. That's the CEO right there, CEO and founder, Mr. Lee, or you want to call him Lee, Jack, Lee, Justin, whatever. But again, he one of the newest billionaires. Well, very wealthy, right? He gonna kind of like how Elon just took over Jeff Bezos, the richest man on the planet. Probably it won't be long. He probably gonna be the richest man in Asia. Richest man in Asia, right? Give him about 2-3 more years. If that, he gonna be the richest man in Asia. I think he like 41 years old. He young. Again, they got something on their hand in this neo stuff. They building the culture. As you can see, I'm talking about what with the recovery of the what of the arts and the cultural what sector. You see that? He's instantly appealing to what that part of Asia that they feel like is being lost to what foreign nations, and now focus back on what we have here in Asia, and also focus on what our technology evolution and revolution too. See how that works? Man, this marketing 101. Man, this marketing 101. So again, it's the ideology. You appeal to your base and you build that following. You build that cult following, right? And again, if they got 2.3 billion people in Asia, if they just supply half of those people with electrical vehicle, half at a base minimum principal amount around about $40,000-$50,000 a car, a vehicle, y'all do the math on them numbers. We talking about a half, just a billion. If they just did a billion times 50,000, what? Man, y'all do them numbers, man. I'm just saying, run them numbers. See, that's what Wall Street looks at. They ain't caring about all the other stuff that a lot of other people sitting there worried about it. They come in this country and they this and they that. Man, look, grown folks in the building, man. Go over there and play over there with them Tonka trucks and stuff. Right now, grown folks in the building. We trying to see how we can put this money up for a good little 3 or 10-year stint and get paid off of it. Right? We'll let you call them communists and do all that dumb stuff and act immature. We finna get paid. Right? So it's that kind of mentality. Again, thinking about the value of that, the competition, what's out there, how can you benefit? Again, as any investor, that's why it's important to, again, think it all the way through, right? Don't retard yourself again from that opportunity, right? That's it, earth, wind, and fire. Earth, wind, and fire. Y'all get it. So that's it.
上演了50多场话剧，演出很受欢迎。陈迪斌的第1家客栈常常客满，所以他的第2家客栈正在建造中。他还参与了 Power Up Plan 部署环泸沽湖的目的地充电桩。好，为了感谢3位分享了这么精彩的故事和带来的正能量，好，现在是带货时间了。说去武汉吃火锅，一定要去刘林的火锅店；去看话剧，一定要去看任重演的《莎士比亚别生气》。去泸沽湖。
So either these people supporters or they actually part of their brand. So I'm seeing that now. See, so they're bigging up these different companies and businesses, and yeah, so really smart, really smart.
未来的用户积极参与社会公益活动。疫情期间，2476名用户和未来用户信托一起，给武汉捐赠了825万8101元的现金和物资。2020年，有超过12000名未来用户参与了超过500场的公益活动，抗击疫情，助力环保，关爱和帮助弱势人群。未来的用户一直在努力传递爱与温暖。虽然这一年不容易，未来的用户仍然在努力探索更广阔的世界。我们一起穿越沙漠，一起走进大山，一起乘风破浪，想象着登上火星。我们探索的世界越来越广，未来用户的总行驶里程已经突破14亿公里。
So that's monumental, right? That's purposely why he said that. Y'all see on the bottom of the screen, they got the caption down at the bottom, closed caption down at the bottom there. Again, that's within Asia. So their next trick is going to be what? Outside of Asia, right? That's what he's premising here. He set that up. Of course, we know just based upon you've been following the stock, their next move to get outside of Asia is that they're trying to get into the what? European market. They already have a, pretty much an interest in Europe to manufacture their vehicle, right? And to sell to those European citizens, right? So think about how big that will be. Because we already know Tesla's over there in what? Europe right now, in what? Berlin, right? Berlin factory. They got a factory building over there right now. Of course, it ain't up, but they getting it together. No, is it up? That one? No, it's not. They building. Sorry. Yeah, but by the time it comes up to scale and get busy, NIO can already be in that space. They already could be in that space, and then you already know about when NIO actually reaches to the American shorelines. When NIO itself reaches to American shorelines, y'all can only begin to imagine, right? And that's the question you ask yourself. Would you drive one of them vehicles that they just showed y'all? I'm pretty sure most of us probably like, yeah, boy, sure would. With the quitting, right? But again, think about that and being able to capture that market. Now, whose market bigger, American market or Asian market? Their market, right? Don't get it twisted. Their market dwarfs our market. If there's only 360 million people in America and roughly near 3 billion in Asia, 2 to 3 billion in Asia, all Asia, because again, that's how they look at it. Again, from that perspective, man, look, bruh. Right? So again, just laying it out there.
2020年这一年，我们大家一起就跑了近10亿公里，未来的社区也越来越壮大。过去一年，我们迎来了43728位新车主。现在为
Yo, community, see how that work? 43,000 new members. 43,000 new members. So they call the people who buy their vehicles users, right? They're like a part of their family now. You're a user, right? You are us now, right? So that tells you that number that just shows you how much cars they sold in 2020. Well, at that at that point, right? Hence, if you go look at their filings, it shows you that they produced or delivered over 43,000 vehicles for the entire year. See how that work? You got the delivery numbers right there, which we saw that when they showed you that the December numbers closing out in that case, but so they're building. So if they only had 43,000 in that perspective, and that 2020, imagine what they're gonna be at the end of 2021. Keep in mind, they are expecting to double, right? They're expecting to double their production by the end of this year, going into 2022. They're expected to double it. Let that marinate for a moment, right? They are expecting to double it. So again, we talking about growth here, right? Tesla went through the same stage. Y'all remember how they gave Tesla the devil. Like, how y'all only producing these little 2-3 little cars and y'all getting this kind of price predictions and price valuations and upgrades, and NIO finna get the same thing and then something. And then people feel like this is a catch-up trade. It's a catch-up trade because people feel like they already missed out on what? On Tesla. And Tesla don't even have the market size that NIO potentially can capture. That's why Elon over there. He ain't no dummy. Right now, he ain't gonna be able to do what he's doing in America over there. Guarantee he's gonna get some market share, but he won't. My opinion, again, this is just my opinion. I think NIO obviously is gonna rule that market, and they got other people already over there, like Li Auto, Xingping, and a few others. But my opinion is that I think NIO is gonna be their Mercedes Benz. At some point, they're gonna get their car price down at a more affordable price. They already showing their luxury. You saw the luxury that, man, look. And we're gonna see that when they unveil that ET7. If some of you guys have already seen it or not, but the inside of that, man, look. Let me roll some of that bean for you. Let's get on through this here.
在未来社区，我们认识了更多志同道合的朋友，我们一起交流思想，共同成长。在天光下，一起看电影。
You crazy? Over.
一起运动。
Look at Jordan. Y'all see Jordan?
小朋友认识了更多的小朋友。 未来社区也见证了更多美好的爱情。米粒和买卖 TR 在换电站相识相爱，祝福他们，也祝福所有因为未来遇见的美好。去年是牛屋求婚这个成功率还是100%。用户的热爱和信任是未来不断前行的动力。19年，在我们困难的时刻，用户帮我们打广告。20年的8月，北京用户微简把 NIO 的 logo 打到了双袖风上，感动了现场的每一个人。谢谢薇姐。2020年，一共有2552位用户参与了志愿者行动，他们贡献自己的业余时间，在展厅、交付中心、车展和活动现场，帮助更多的人了解智能电动汽车，了解未来。
Now they're building a base. They got volunteers want to be a part of this.
志愿者的付出，谢谢。2020年，一共有31位大朋友和11位小朋友为 NIO Life 做模特，拍大片。
They got their own publication like a magazine. It's NIO Life stuff. They got clothing and food and pottery and dishes, and again, they building that culture, right? Again, they got other products too. So just by way of that, and you see the clothing, it's crazy, right? But the people sell cars, man, right? But they got now a whole access to a whole new market of potential scale, right? And y'all get it.
更多的用户喜欢上未来所倡导的生活方式。用户信托是未来作为一家用户企业的重要基石。我要特别感谢用户信托理事会的首届理事会成员，制定了理事会运行的多项规则，为用户信托的长远发展打下了非常坚实的基础。理事会成立没过多久，就碰上了疫情。
So now we know Jack Ma is catching it right now from the Chinese government, right? Because y'all know he's been very liberal against the Chinese government and trying to open up, China to more Western, accessibility. Again, he's been ambassador for a lot of American companies, meaning Jack Ma, obviously, who went missing recently. Y'all know the whole story with Alibaba lately. It's been all over the news, international news, but they thought he'd been kidnapped by the Chinese government, probably even murdered. But I think, most people figure out he just pretty much on a hiatus, what they call he's on a hush tour right now. They got him under wraps because he's been saying a lot of what they call, incendiary, slick things about the Chinese government, right? In the midst of all these turbulent times. But I'm saying all that to say this too. This guy right here, Lee, he may end up being the new Jack Ma. He's younger. He has a product value that he's building, just like Jack Ma built Alibaba. He can easily overtake Jack Ma as the richest guy, I can say, in all of Asia by the next 4 or 5 years at that. If this NIO market really takes off, especially with the vehicles, you saw what Tesla did. If Tesla overtook Jeff Bezos in that little bit of time, literally, keep in mind, Elon Musk overtook Jeff Bezos as the richest man on the planet in about, literally, to be honest, about a year and a half. Think about that. Maybe 2 years at tops. Go back and look at the numbers. When Tesla was unprofitable, right? And that first quarter they had, where they beat that Q3, they got profitable. I think it was like around the, it was spring of 2018, somewhere around there. And then things seem to have been picking up for Tesla a little bit, right? They were dealing with the SEC, all that stuff. They dealt with that. The Department of Justice, they dealt with all. And then Tesla began to start being about their business, meaning the cars start picking up in terms of production. And then you start seeing the stock really take off, right? It was at like 200 and change, 300. Then it started growing, and then it just took off. Then people like Kathy Woods got invested in the ARK investment. That really kicked it off even more. And y'all saw what happened. That stock went from $200 to $2,500 overnight, literally, when you think about it from an investment perspective. So again, they might be grooming him to be that person to overtake Jack Ma. I'm just saying.
他们快速行动，为车主送去防疫包，为一线车主医护人员提供支持，为感染疫情的用户送去关爱，和内线用户一起给武汉专款专物。下半年，理事会积极推动 行业认证社群，让未来的用户之间可以更好的交流，共同成长。经过社区内的公开选举，第2届用户信托理事会正式成立。1月4号已经召开了第1次会议。今年的工作重点围绕着用户关怀、行业社群、社会公益和环境保护展开，希望大家积极参与和支持。Blue Sky Coming， 一个清朗天空的愿景。未来的用户是低碳环保的践行者。为了让环保的行为得到认可，今天我们正式发布 Blueprint 蓝点计划。未来和中国传递社质量认证公司、上海环境能源交易所达成战略合作，成为全球第1家帮助用户进行碳减排认证和交易的汽车品牌。车主通过 APP 将碳减排认证和交易授权给未来，未来代表大家去进行认证交易，所得的收入以积分的方式返还给用户。截至2020年12月的积分，近期在春节前我们会预支给大家。礼轻情意重啊，期望值也不要太高啊，是个心意啊。环保也可以很时尚。2021年 Neolife 将打造 Blue Sky Lab 环保产品系列，联手全球超过100位设计师，利用汽车制造过程中的边角材料，制成传达环保理念的时尚产品。希望大家到时候抢购，多准备点积分啊，多准备点积分。
Y'all see it? Kanye West clothing line ain't got nothing on Neo Life Blue Sky Lab. Look at that jacket right there, boy. Again, y'all see what I'm saying? That's that apparel, the whole 9. Tesla got Tesla short shorts. Neo Life got jackets and garbs and shirts, sweaters and all that. Again, branding, right? Branding, right? Y'all see it? Y'all see that shirt, right? Got the seatbelt style to it. That's basically what it is, like the seatbelt, around the jacket, So again, fashion, fashion. Y'all see it?
2020年对于未来来说，是劫后重生的一年。
See, 2020 is the year of transformation and rebirth for Neo. This is like, hey, get with us now. We about to go on this journey, right? We went through our little distress moment. Now we're back. Get with us now, right? Again, in this case, because we have a big future ahead of us. That kind of marketing angle.
是每一位用户的勇气、乐观、爱心和对美好的追求，让我们坚持了下来。谢谢你们。2021，不负期待，坚定前行。为了让用户有更愉悦的出行体验，我们的充换电服务体系和电池包也将持续升级。
And may I add, even though we're going through this here, guys, like I said, I'm trying to hit some key points here before we get to the vehicle. When I say the good, the bad, and the ugly, all this is the good stuff. There is some bad, and there is some ugly that, again, we're going to hit before I get off and log off. But I want you guys to be able to, again, really put it in perspective. And what's good, bad, the ugly may not be catastrophic for the stock and the growth. It's just that as of right now, here's where they are in relation to their competitors, right? Of course, we know that to be Tesla at the grand scale, but so that way you don't never go into any investment with delusions of grandeur. Know how to play your position in a way where you plan it strategically, right? So that way you stay, within your lane of comfortability, right? So that way you never get ahead of pageantry and all that. That's fine to Dan, because he's doing that to build, more clients and all that. But you, the investor, still need to know how to allocate your dollars perfectly, right? So it's important.
2015年成立。
So this now we're going to move into the battery, right? This BaaS service is pretty much a battery as a service. It's a subscription service that everybody was waiting on. Wall Street analysts was salivating at the mouth to hear about this right here, because this is how you bring in additional revenue. Everybody wants you to be on a subscription service, because if that's the case, that's recurring revenue, right? And this perspective as having your battery that can be swapped out, right? Imagine if you could go buy your little AC Delco battery, right? And every 6 months, AC Delco say, you know what? Whether the battery bad or good, we're gonna swap it out for you free of charge, right? When we say free of charge, but we're gonna charge you like a fee, right? A monthly or annual fee, and you get to have so many batteries swapped out. You actually tell, is it worth the money to be able to do that, right? If if your car was just battery only, of course, in this case. But again, you get the point what I'm saying. So, but this is revolutionary. Tesla would love to have this. I repeat, Tesla would love to have a battery swapping technology. Elon didn't even said it. This is where NIO, again, has an advantage over Tesla right here. So this one is the pros versus cons. This is a pro for NIO. It's kicking Tesla behind with this battery swap program. And at the level that they can do it, meaning how many they can swap in a day, right? And how many places around China that they can have in terms of these little, battery swapping little hubs where they can change out battery. And they're going to speak about all that too a little bit.
分离、电池租用、可充、可换、可升级的创新体系。NIO Power 强大的充换电服务网络，能够为用户提供全场景的家电服务。先说充电。
So again, battery charging stations with a battery swapping hub on the premise, right? Game changer, right? Game changer, right? You canvas the subscription model client and the long term, the overall, owner of the battery itself that just bought the battery outright and they still charge a vehicle, whatever.
事实上，蔚来是充电体验最好的品牌。我们给66%的用户安装了加充桩。3个月前，我们发布了 Power Up Plan， 将在全国部署超过3万根20千瓦直流桩，提供便捷的目的地充电服务。我们的用户积极参与 Power Up Plan， 广州用户多克的金帮助蔚来打通了从成都到珠峰大本营超过2900公里的目的地充电路线，谢谢多克的金。充电速度更快的蔚来超充网络也在持续建设。目前
Again, I mean, this part of it here, again, we got at least, I would say, about a good 30 to 40 minutes of him going through all the stuff that we were waiting to hear about, right? Product, the evolution, the batteries, the new vehicle, the upgrades within certain aspects of the vehicles, or what they're trying to do. Of course, like I said, I'll try to narrate some of it. I had to get the battery stuff first. And then, we can kind of back test that against some of the articles that have already came out. Some of you guys have already seen them. But again, that's that cross comparison I was talking about, right? And then how you will look at the stock going forward when everybody have to sit through the weekend now and stew in the ideal of what they just witnessed, right? Whether it be the good, the bad, the anxiety kicking in, right? They're like, man, I just can't wait for it to be Monday, right? I want to see what the stock going to do. If it's going to go up, it's going to go down, or whatever, right? So that's that emotional part of the game where you got to sit through it, right? Like everybody hates the weekend as your investor or trader, right? Y'all know we hate the weekend, right? We like, man, I want to be trading the market, but you got to sit still. This is the best time to do your due diligence actually on the weekends. Right? The best time to get some good, solid due diligence in is definitely on the weekends, right? So just keep that in mind.
已经拥有100座未来超充站，792根超充桩，也谢谢我们所有的充电合伙人。未来的充电地图接入超过285000多根第三方快充桩，覆盖全国300多个城市，引领行业的。
Now you notice that, right? You saw those charging stations that they had on this side of China, which you see on my little mouse pointer there. And over here, you saw what? Rarely any of them out there, because that's that mountain region of Asia, right? That very, rough, rugged area. But keep in mind, there's people that still live out in those areas, right? Of course, at some point when China even began to move further out there, meaning growth, because they're growing, right? Some of that can be lighting up in a minute too, right? So again, this shows you that still they even got room to grow, even on that aspect. Just something simple.
换电服务体系已经在全国建成177座。
And these are the numbers that they actually operate under right now. So as you see, it said that they have about 177 swap stations at this point, about 100 something plus, charging stations. I think they were showing something like that, some crazy number. I got to back up a little bit, but then you're going to see what they're projecting to hit, because that's what Wall Street is looking at. Wall Street is saying, well, are you going to grow this number right here that I have on my screen? Is that number going to grow? And how substantial is that number going to grow, right? Because that means there's more vehicles, more access, more, serviceable, aspect to the users, which obviously makes clients feel better, meaning that, the people that want to buy the vehicle, and then they'll purchase more. Y'all get it.
换电站。累计换电超过149万次。
As of now, 1.4 million swaps has been done.
平均每12秒钟就有一台蔚来从换电站满电出发。
Equals to about one battery swap every 12 seconds. Pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive, actually.
为了让大家有更好的换电体验，换电站肯定需要升级。今天我们正式发布蔚来第2代换电站。
This is the new upgrade. All right, upgrade. This is what Wall Street's looking at right now. Right, Wall Street, they took their notes right here. Like, okay, Power Swap Station 2.0. This is the upgrade. Okay. See how that works? You becoming a financial analyst right before your very eyes. You already won. You just didn't know it. Give yourself some credit. Follow the money, the breadcrumbs.
蔚来2代换电站电池数量最多可达13块，日服务能力可达312次。
Capacity been boosted by over 3 times. 312 swaps can be done in a day. That's a lot of batteries being swapped out. Imagine if you increase your production that perspective. If one charging hub, like you're seeing here, can do 312 in a day, and you got them things strategically, mapped all around Asia. Again, you talk about what? Cheddar. Because y'all know the battery swaps are what? Are monthly subscriptions or annual subscription models. They're paying to have this free service where you can just swap your battery out every 3 weeks, basically. Around about, roughly, if you do the math, it's about every 3 weeks. You get a new battery. That's crazy, guys. Imagine that. That's crazy. So you ain't gotta worry about, standing in, waiting to get your battery charged, like, Tesla people having to deal with nowadays. Like it takes forever to do, even with, supercharging. It still takes a while for it to charge up, like 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. You ain't gotta deal with that. You in and out. Of course, if there ain't no big long line to get the battery swap, you in and out around about 6-7 minutes. That's crazy. That's game changing. That's less downtime, right? And then you just boom. You see what I'm saying? So again, just a part of understanding that part of the technology.
只需要4个车位大小，
That's why he all fired up.
能力就是现在的4倍。车辆可以自动泊入，用户无需下车。
That part, Wall Street, stop right here. Wall Street probably paused it and took notes, just like I did. Right? The car can automatically park into the station. You don't even have to be present. You don't have to be present. You can get dropped off probably at the nearest coffee little spot around the corner and push a button. It's a button that you can push on the vehicle. The car will automatically drive itself, full autonomous driving. It'll autonomously drive itself to the battery swapping station. It'll park itself inside of it or drive up in it, based on the technology, swap the battery out, and then it'll drive back to where you at and pick you up. Ain't that something? True stuff. Man, look. You got your little night rider. You got your little night rider all over you.
车内一键启动即可自动换电。
One tab on the center console, effortlessly.
2017年 New Day， 我说过，到2020年部署1100座换电站，跟当时的计划相比，进度有一些慢。
500 by 2020 into 21.
所以
500
经
power
常
swaps.
被吐槽。
That's a big jump.
但是我们部署更多换电站的决心不会改变。今年我们将加快布局，目标是到年底换电站总数达到500座。可充、可换、可升级，换电能力的提升，除了能提供更好的家电保障，还可以更好支持每一位未来用户按需灵活升级电池包。同样大小的电池包，我们实现了每年20%的容量提升。上个月，100吨电池包已经开始交付。
Right? This is what it's all about. Expanding the battery. This is what Tesla been all over, Elon been going to war with everybody trying to build this, better battery to give people better longevity and range in their electrical vehicle, right? Everybody in the race to build a solid battery, a better battery. So this is their evolution and growth in their battery, right? They went from 7 kilowatt hours to 84 kilowatt hours. Now they at 100 kilowatt, which is really solid, right? 100 kilowatt hours gives you about what? Gosh, I want to say maybe about 300 and some odd miles of range, right? In terms of American metrics, you get about over 300 plus miles of range. That's pretty solid, right? For an electrical vehicle, right? If you think about that, in terms of technology, it's still young and they're still evolving this battery technology, right? So again, this is what Wall Street paying attention to. Is there any upgrade? We already know going into this that they were supposed to unveil this new battery. Of course, it's already out at this point, but there's a 150 kilowatt battery, which is going to beat everything on the market, right? This will be the best battery on the market, even better than Tesla. NIO has the first marketing aspect of it. Now, when they're going to get it, that's the part where the good, the bad, the ugly kicks in. And, we'll get to that. Y'all get it.
电池技术在进步。
But the 100 kilowatt is still game changer. Even alone, that 100 kilowatt is still game changer. Don't get it twisted. That 100 kilowatt is a game changer.
当然有更高的追求，这就是150度。
There it is.
电池包。
That's why Wall Street right there. They took notes right there. They're like, "Yep, we just want to make sure they say it, and then give us a time up at some point." But that right there's bullish. If I had to, rate it bullish or bearish or neutral, this is bullish, right? This is two horns in your side, right? Bullish, right? That type of thing. Two full big, pointed horns in your side. That part right there, game changer. That part right there. That's why I had to pause it again. Forgive me, guys, but I got to go through this to show you how to. That part right there, a solid state battery. Y'all know how important it is to have a solid state battery in a vehicle. Some people are like, what is a solid state battery? But then guess what? Go do your due diligence. Figure out what a solid state battery is and how revolutionary that will be to get it inside of a vehicle. To get a solid state battery inside of a vehicle. Of course, EV in this case, revolutionary. Tesla don't even have this. Tesla do not have this. Tesla do not have this. NIO is putting it out there saying we're going to have it first. Now, also, we adopt the most advanced production ready what? That part right there. The good, the bad, the ugly. Right? Y'all know we don't do no fluff over here. We adopt the most advanced production ready. That means they're going to adopt this battery technology. That means what? It's coming from a what? A vendor or a supplier. That can come with problems. It can come with them being able to meet your scale, right? It's not proprietary in that perspective. You can't take claim over the what? The proprietary technology, even with the value that they say they're going to build a battery for you, especially, but that company can easily divest some of that same technology to what? To another company. How would you? They can't really dispute it because it's a third-party vendor. They can get that same technology to Tesla. They can give it to Volkswagen, right? They might just switch a few wires over and change a little something. That way you can say, hey, it's not the same, but they still got something close to the same rated value that you got. But again, if NIO can get it first, if they're saying, hey, they contract with us to give it to us first based upon the schematics that we put forth, with them being able to build this battery because it's still our schematic, they just carry it forward with the manufacturer, then that still puts NIO ahead of everybody. But this solid state battery, revolutionary, game changer. Game changer. Yep. Rich beat, yep, iron phosphorus. Some aspects of, yep, you own it. My man. Yep, there you go, brother Mathis. Y'all own it. See, that's what I'm talking about. Right? That's revolutionary. They use electrolytes, right? Electrodes and electrolyte value. So think about it, electrolytes. Your body uses electrolytes, doesn't it? Right? It burns off electrolytes and salts, right? Salts and composites like that. So basically like minerals to a degree, right? In that perspective, and reoccurring natural mineral, right? You don't have to have any kind of abnormal over the top chemical inductions and stuff like that. So solid state batteries are like the joint, right? They are like the joint. Right? So as you can see on the screen, it's giving you the makeup of the the materials within that battery. Right? What actually helps hold energy better. These type of batteries, solid state batteries, what makes them phenomenal? They hold better a better charge or better energy. They reduce energy loss value, right? And they have more redundant power, apprehension. I mean, they keep more of the power in the battery as opposed to dissipating because of road heat, heat and different element temperature changes what may zap a battery dry. This right here keeps all that from happening. Nerd stuff. Moving on, brother. Moving on.
在能量密度越深的同时，保证了寿命，提高了充电效率。
And they don't burn up and blow up like Tesla batteries been doing. They less likely to burn up and blow up at the rate that Tesla batteries been blowing up and burning up. True story. That's what Elon kept running into a lot of problems, right? And just catch on fire out of nowhere. Y'all saw all them pictures and video where Tesla batteries just blow up out of nowhere. Right there, catch on fire in the parking garage. The solid state battery eliminates a lot of that. It eliminates a lot of that.
工艺的创新实现了360.
As you see, higher charging efficiency.
10瓦时每公斤的超高能量密度。
Nice. 160 watt hours per kilogram.
150度电磁暴的2018款 ES8， 续航可以超过730公里。
Right, the growth. It will surpass 730 kilometers. Yep, that's the old. Yeah.
在售的3款车型，我们正在加紧推进量产，也请大家理解这是最新的技术，明年4季度开始交付。
So right there, Wall Street moment. Wall Street moment. What's that date by? See, when you take your notes, that's the type of notes you're going to take. Delivery by what? Q4 of 2022. So you're talking about way around the end of 2022. It's going to take them that long to build this type of battery. That means Tesla got to wait that long or longer to get theirs. So NIO is obviously, supposedly the first in line. Everybody else got to wait after that. Wall Street will be willing to wait that long for such an opportunity for that type of battery, because what did that do for the vehicles? Everybody wants to have a battery that can be extended type of life that gives them better what? Better range, miles or kilometers, right? Depending on where you are, right, on the globe. NIO is already projecting we'll have it in-house by Q4 2022. That long. Again, from an investor standpoint, you should not be thinking about holding the stock for 10 seconds if you don't plan to hold it for 10 years. In this case, that's why the market is a long game. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You got catalysts that will take you out 2 and 3 years from now that you have to sit patient through if you really have that, about that life and want to be an investor of your money to let it grow and move and expand with the technology evolution and revolution of a company. This is what it takes. Right? This is what it takes. And that's just one aspect, of course, of the business. There's other stuff, but that battery in itself is revolutionary. There's no other battery out there on the planet that can compete with that battery at this point under those schematics. True story. True story. And then you turn around and ask yourself this. Okay, well, if that's the case and NIO gets it first and that's the case, right, where do you think the stock will be 2 to 3 years from now or 2 years from now? Well, it's already 2021 at this point. Let's say the end of 2022. So 2 years from now, what do you think the stock going to be? $50, $40, $60? 2 years from now? NIO? Seriously? You think it's going to be at the same price where it's at right now? Given the fact that nothing crazy happens, right? Seriously? Go look at some of them Wall Street analysts and see what they thinking they're saying as far as their price predictions. So you're investing into the growth and the evolution and valuation, pre-valuation of the aspect of what? Potential growth. Forward looking, forward PEs, price to earning ratios. When they're giving these high multiples, they're doing that for a reason. They pay them in advance, basically, for what they will grow into as a stock later or a company later. True story. That's how Wall Street works. So you get to mess up on investors' money, on everybody dime first, and then we'll go back and look at everything and see what happened, what went wrong, and what did not, whatever. That's how the market works. These people only care about look what happened to S&P 500 doing a watch it ride. It kept going up. We talked about that already. So y'all get it. I just want to explain that and break that down. Be more thorough in your analytics, right?
接下来是大家期待已久的。
So that will be, even though it's a positive in terms of the revolution and evolutionary technology, it's still going to be part of a what? A bad or ugly what? Value in terms of people having to wait, right? But it's the dangling carrot effect, like any marketing aspect. If you want it bad enough, you'll wait 2 years. Look how long people have to wait for the Cybertruck, right? This Cybertruck that's going to come out with Tesla, look how how long they're waiting for that. If you build a culture, then you'll build the what? That continuity what? Investor or user that'll sit still. Because they're saying, okay, the stock going to continue to grow up until that point. And when they actually come out, oh, that's going to be really crazy. That should really expand, their margins. Right? Not rocket science, guys, not.
新车发布。
Here we go. Here we go.
从2012年开始，我就在思考汽车的终极产品形态。2017年，我们发布了概念车 Eve，
This is their first
展示了对未来的想象。
concept vehicle value of this value, right? Of them building a model sedan. It's their model sedan rendering. They called it actually Eve. True story, right? Like Eve, Adam and Eve. This is that rendering, right? Of a sedan. They already had SUV, but Y'all see it. I'm just talking, I guess, but y'all see it. Right?
未来的车将解放人的时间，是有情感的伙伴，是温暖愉悦的第二起居室。我们的想象正在一步一步变成现实。
Y'all saw that? That guy pulled out his cell phone. He basically he's summoning his vehicle. He's summoning his vehicle from his cell phone. He push a button on his cell phone. The vehicle will leave out of the parking garage deck or somewhere and come to where he's at. Right? From his cell phone. Hey, look, I need you to pick me up around the corner. I'm finna be right here behind Junebug Noodle Shop. I need you to come through the alley and come pick me up, bro. The car did already like, okay, I got you. On the way. We at that level of futuristic technology. Right? So, right? Hey, push the button, come get me, bro. They ride there I'm finna run up to the game around the corner. But I'm gonna need you to come pick me up quick, boy. It ain't looking good, right? You gonna summon the vehicle? They'll just come pick you up like night right. Like, they come got you right in time, boy. But I'm just about to get you with them chainsaws and bottles. Carter came and scooped you up. I got you, bro. You good. There it is. It's that coup d'etat moment, right? Or the creme de la meal, I should say. The creme de la creme moment. So this is the Wall Street moment. This is the epicenter of the Wall Street moment. This vehicle. This is supposed to be the Tesla killer. I don't like the wheels. I'm pretty sure they got some better designs, but y'all know how I go. That's Asia. They don't look at rims the way we do in the West, right? But them rims are built for what? Aerodynamic aspect of making the car faster. See, that's another part where you got to look at things too. You saw them tires? I think them 21-inch rims? I think I saw that right. I think those are 21. I'm pretty sure those were some 21-inch. Let me see. See that tire again. I think somebody asked me what kind of tires it was on it too. I might have passed. I'll come back to it. I figure out. I think those 21 inches. Could be wrong. But you're going to pull it up now and look at the car itself, the schematics.
Ready for tomorrow.
Ready for tomorrow.
迎接未来，这就是未来 ET7。未来的设计基因
looks like a little bit like what? The Audi A7.
打破常规，完美融合自动驾驶的感知硬件，定义了自动驾驶时代的汽车设计外观。一体式的 LED 大灯，Double Dash 日行灯，融入车身的 X Bar，更加纯粹、
So DRL, y'all know what DRL is. It has double. It has double dash DRL lights. That's basically mean what daylight running day running lights, right? Day running lights is DRL, right? So those lights that just stay on no matter what, right? Like like the Audis, right? Whatever. Some of the other vehicles they just stay on all the time now. It has two of them. It has double. Right? So that gives you actually better visibility. Even if you didn't have your main lights on at night, those two lights alone still light up your path pretty nicely, right? So that's what that DRL is in that perspective, whatever. But y'all get it.
更有未来感。立体通透的贯穿式心跳尾灯，与日行灯前后呼应，整车长达5098，轴距3060，高1505，线条流畅，一气呵成，宽1987。
You see that window, that glass all the way across the top? It's like a seamless, top, from the windshield basically to the rear window. That's part of this new technology. In this case, this new laminate glass scenario in terms of even making the sound, because glass, y'all know, sound reverberates better off of solid glass and gives you a more acoustic sound, right? As opposed to cloth and all that stuff we have in a lot of our rooftops, whatever, inside the car. So that's important. I was just saying that, but whatever, y'all get it for the nerd people.
同级领先的车身尺寸，让每一位乘客都享有开阔空间。看完外观，我们再去看内饰。进车之前，我给大家介绍一下 ET7 的打开方式。ET7 搭载全球首款基于 UWB 技术的数字钥匙，实现厘米级的高精定位，真正实现无感进出。ET7 采用智能无框电吸门，靠近车辆时，门把手轻轻弹出，握住门把手，车门会被自动小步预开。落座后轻拉即可熄合，开门采用电子解锁，自动预开，同样轻松。你们要的电吸门现在标配了。ET7 的内饰进一步传示了第二起居室的设计理念。
Look at that screen. That Joe got a laptop, basically. See that kind of stuff right there. Techie people like, man, look at the size of that screen. It's important to you. They're gonna break down all this stuff. I'll let y'all see. Y'all probably already saw it anyway, but whatever.
宽敞、舒适、精致、有温度。1.9平米双层隔热玻璃穹顶，可隔绝99.9%的紫外线。Microfiber 超纤绒顶棚，全系标配。首创陨石镀铬工艺，细节之处彰显质感。全球首次量产使用卡润可再生藤木，这种材质来自热带雨林，每一片都有独特的纹理和天然的触感。整车使用多达14处。
So this is all new interior, everything. This Quran product material, that's all new for a vehicle like this.
隐藏式智能出风口，根据场景精准控制风向和风量，确保体感舒适。标配智能香氛与空气净化系统，车内环境清新自然。安心之至是 ET7 带给你的空间氛围，环绕式光铺氛围灯，简约舒适的座椅，环抱式的扶手，飞行式头枕，前后排静音玻璃， 给每一位乘客安心的空间体验。全系标配座椅加热通风按摩，前排也有，后排也有。
Did y'all hear that? The seats are going to be massage rated. They can give you a massage. Right? Some of y'all women that go to massage parlor to get your nails done, the seats are going to be massaging. They're going to have the little roller beads and balls in them, and they can massage you while you're driving on autonomous driving. Man, look, bruh. You can get a massage in the car, bruh. You can get a massage in the car. These people crazy, man. In a good way. Front and rear seats are going to have that. Climate ready, I mean, you're going to have the, heated seats, all that. Some of you guys got vehicles like that too, where you got the heated seats. It's going to have the front and the back, and both front and back going to be able to give you a massage. Crazy.
一个温暖的第二起居室，也是一个融合最新科技的移动生活空间。以 NOMI 为核心，全系标配 HUD 10.2英寸 HDR 仪表屏，12.8英寸 AMOLED 中控屏。
12.8-inch AMOLED center display. Y'all know they put that in the cell phones. AMOLED's like the best screen, resolution value that, or strength, especially if it's Corningware, that you can have. And this is a big 12.8 center display console. So basically, if you're in there just watching a movie, you can only imagine. And what they're gonna get into the speakers, all that. That's what some of you speaker people gonna get impressed by that, right? But yeah, that's crazy.
全球首个车载人工智能系统 NOMI 继续成长，借助4组麦克风和专用的 NPU 核心。
AI technology again. Keep in mind that AI technology is that NOMI integration technology that they have, the computer on board, right? Just running your car, taking commands, and yeah, next level.
具备声纹识别、精准拼音辨位。免打扰独立音区交互的能力 ，NOMI 变得更智能、更懂你。全新12.8英寸 AMOLED 中控屏，边框最窄处仅 5.5 毫米，分辨率高达1728×1888， 1000:1的超高对比度，100% NTSC 全色域，拥有绝佳的显示质感与细腻度。未来第2代数字座舱采用量产最先进的高通第3代数字座舱计算平台 ，AI 算力、图形处理、多媒体处理等能力全面提升。5G、UWB、WiFi 6。
Your car is going to be 5G. 5G. The UWB value is going to be Wi-Fi ready. Your vehicle going to be a Wi-Fi hub. A stronger Bluetooth, as you clearly can see there, 5.2 level in there. See, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. It's that kind of scenario. That's what's going to move the needle. Meaning the stock price at some point and growth when they get to a point where they can actually get, production. Because they, I think the vehicle, they already said, early on that the vehicle will be ready by the end of this year. But that's next level. That's next level, bro.
蓝牙 5.2 V2X ET7 拥有最强的车载移动互联与通讯能力，更强的数字座舱计算与通讯能力，让我们追求极致的真正沉浸式的声音体验。
You have better service inside your car than outside your car for your cell phone connectivity. That's basically what he's saying. True story. Crazy, right? Now, for my speaker family out there, my music lovers, this thing got 23 speakers, with over 1,000 watts of output. 23 speakers in your car. Some of y'all old school, you just be lucky to have your 6x9, two 6x9s in the back, a couple door speakers, and maybe two top speakers at the top for tweeters, right? And maybe get lucky to have two speakers on the door in the passenger side, in your vehicle in the back seat. This car got 23 speakers in it. 23. So think about that from an ambient sound perspective, right? Somebody, music people out there, sound engineers. That's crazy. You know, it sounds like a concert inside that car with 1,000 watts of power already built in, 1,000-watt amp basically built in.
成为可能。全车配置23个顶级声学材质扬声器，20路输出，1000瓦功率，应用领先的空间声学技术，全球首次在车内实现 7.1.4 沉浸声系统。ED7是顶级的移动音乐厅这样的音响系统，全部标配。我们再来看看
it sounds like a concert inside that vehicle.
ED7 实现了0.23的超低风阻系数。未来第二代高效电驱平台应用碳化硅功率模块，整车能耗近。
This is what they classified as, right? As a powertrain, vehicle this is where they bread and butter is, right? The proprietary aspect of their business. It started around the powertrain, like most companies in EV, that's EV that do, and then they build out from there, right? So this is a part of their proprietary stuff.
一步优化，更低风阻，更高能效，更长续航。搭载70度电电池包的 ET7 续航超过500公里，搭载100度电池包续航超过700公里，搭载150度电池包续航超过1000公里。
That's next level. That'll be the first vehicle ever, basically, to produce a 1,000 kilometer rated battery under that 150 kilowatt battery. Of course, that battery won't be projected until the end of 2022. But they the first to unveil it, I should say. That's a part of the bad to ugly, because you gotta wait and you gotta hope no other competitors try to leapfrog you or figure out how to do the technology to get that. Of course, that'll be hard for them to do that too. Of course, that's what makes it more uniquely for NIO, is that they're gonna have to do something crazy to have this kind of level of technology. And NIO is saying that we got it first. But that 1,000 kilometers for a battery, that's super impressive. Wall Street right now is salivating. When they saw that, they just started salivating out the mouth, like slobbing. Like, man, that's a buy point.
高性能是未来的基因 ，ED7 配备双电机智能电驱系统、智能四驱系统，前永磁电机峰值功率180千瓦，后感应电机峰值功率300千瓦，整车最大功率480千瓦，650马力。这个是不是听得很熟悉
？So that's the torque power. So this is important for my horsepower people out there. This car comes with a 650 horsepower value, obviously, power, torque value, and being that this car actually has two motors in it. This car has actually two motors. It has a front motor and a back motor, right? The back motor is more of, I think, induction-based engineering, and the front is more, what's this called? It's performance-based, some kind of value of, probably to my front end, right? Front value of traction and all that. Even though it's, has like a quattro like the Audis do, right? All-wheel drive, basically. But it having two motors in it is like phenomenal, because you're getting that kind of constant value of power. Like back in the old days, you had like poly traction in some vehicle, where you get constant power with all wheels gripping the road basically at the most simultaneous time to give you that kind of instant takeoff, like what Tesla's really good at. Right, that's why it goes 0 to 60 and maybe by the time it takes you to blink an eyelash in most cases. But these cars are super fast. The electrical motors obviously propel cars a lot faster. It reduces any kind of lag or latency in terms of traction. Cars just take off. They just take off from basically 0 to nothing.
最大扭矩850牛米，0到100公里加
I'm
速
just gonna let it play a little bit. Let y'all do it. I just feel.
仅需3.9秒。标配 Brembo
0 to
高
100,
性能4
2.9
和3
seconds.
自动卡钳，
3.9
全新
seconds.
IDB 集成动态制动系统，从100公里时速到完全刹停只需33.5米。全系标配智能空气悬架和动态阻尼控制，可实现每秒500次调节。基于高精地图和高精度传感器的4D 智能车身控制，可以提前感知路面颠簸，主动调节悬架，提供更舒适的驾乘体验。超高强度钢铝混合车身，按照中国和欧洲5星安全标准设计，整车抗扭刚度高达37100牛米每度，让车成为安全、自由的移动生活空间，是我们的愿景。解放时间，减少事故，是自动驾驶的终极使命。未来自动辅助驾驶系统 Neo Pilot 已经协助用户驾驶超过1亿多公里。NOP 领航辅助的推出，让日常出行更安全、更轻松。今天，我们让智能电动汽车再进一步，从辅助驾驶到自动驾驶。未来自动驾驶 NAD 将带来安全放松的点到点自动驾驶体验，逐步覆盖高速、城区、泊车和换电等场景。从地图定位到感知算法，从底层系统到控制策略，未来建立了 NAD 全站自动驾驶技术能力。今天，我们将着重介绍感知和计算能力。NAD 感知系统 Afurakan 拥有最先进的高精度感知硬件。我们先来看一下高清摄像头，全球首发800万像素自动驾驶高清摄像头，很酷吧？和 Tesla FSD 使用的120万像素摄像头相比，分辨率提高6倍。我们来对比一下真实场景中120万像素和800万像素摄像头的实际表现。这是看400多米以外的一个场景。很明显，800万像素摄像头感知距离更远，感知内容更加精细。我们如果看800万像素，看几百米以外的分柱车的形状都是非常完整的。800万像素的自动驾驶摄像头可以检测到680多米外的车辆、260多米外的追桶和220多米外的行人，能够探测到的最远距离是120万像素的3倍。这意味着什么？看得远意味着早响应，早响应意味着更少的事故，更舒适的体验。每一点安全提升都值得全力以赴。自动驾驶需要激光雷达。我们和未来资本投资的 Innovation 合作，开发了全世界看得最远的量产激光雷达Afurakan 激光雷达，拥有120度的超广视角， 等效300线的高分辨率，500米的最晚探测距离。值得特别指出的是，Afurakan 激光雷达采用1550纳米激光，避开了人眼敏感的900纳米波长，在性能提升的同时，能更好照顾他人安全。激光雷达对提高自动驾驶的安全性非常重要。对于有些场景，比如夜间高速行驶，黑暗路面有深色的物体，强光炫目，道路井盖遗失，图像散发未能识别的物体，高精度、超远距的激光雷达不可或缺。Afurakan 的激光雷达视角达到120度，复杂的城市路况一览无遗，独创动态聚焦功能。通过局部的像素加密，对关键目标和细小物体进行凝视，能获取更加精确的三维信息。比如这个交通状况十分复杂的路口，动态聚焦功能可以更好的追踪车辆和行人，能更准确识别小狗这样的宠物，以提高自动驾驶的可用性和安全性。800万像素高清摄像头，加上超远距高精度的激光雷达，大幅提升了 NAD 的感知能力，让自动驾驶的安全性提升了2个等级。传感器的精度重要，很重要。传感器的部署方式同样关键。Afurakan 的瞭望塔式布局能显著减少传感器的盲区，对城区的自动驾驶非常有意义。在城市场景下，传感器的视线很容易被绿化带和车辆遮挡。相比于安装在 B 柱和后视镜的摄像头，部署在车顶的Afurakan 的高位侧前摄像头盲区更小。大家可以看图上的这个对比就是左边是装在 B 柱，就装在这个位置的。那么那边有一个人过来了，这边其实被遮挡，就是左边一辆车。右边是部署在我们现在这个瞭望塔式布局。那这个同样的车的位置，同样的对比关系。
I'm pretty sure y'all saw all the stuff about them saying that they're better than Tesla, right? They're beating Tesla's behind. Tesla cameras right now only can give you 1.2, megapixel value of clarity, right? And obviously preciseness, right? That's Tesla 1.2. Neo is 8.0. As they're displaying right now. They're blowing Tesla out of the water right here. This Aquila is crazy. Aquila, however you want to pronounce it. Better than Tesla. That's all you need to know. It's better than Tesla.
能更好识别与预判后方车辆的行驶意图。
This is a good moment right here for them. This is a selling moment. Better than Tesla.
拥有33个高性能感知硬件，11个800万像素的高清摄像头，4个前向，3个后向，4个环视，1个超远距高精度激光雷达，5个毫米波雷达，12个超声波传感器，2个高精度定位单元，以及车路协同感知和增强主驾感知。Afurakan 定义了量产车
Safety very important, Krista. You're right. Safety. This car is killing Tesla when it comes to safety, especially when it comes to autonomous driving, which is a big issue with R&D with Tesla. You know.
Afurakan 的超感系统
This technology, especially the LiDAR,
产生
with
8个
this,
G 的数据，
next level.
相当于1秒下完2部腾讯视频 4K 电影，或者1秒钟看完过去3年的 Near Day 回放。处理如此海量的数据，当然需要超强算力。未来超算平台 Adam 迄今为止最强大的量产
8 gigabytes data per second. That's crazy fast. That's crazy fast
就是
in terms of processing rendering.
Adam 拥有超高带宽的图像接口 ，ISP 每秒能处理64亿像素，首创超高带宽骨干数据网络，将所有传感器和车辆系统的信号输入实时无损分配到每一个算力核心。Adam 搭载4颗 unveiled Emporium 芯片。
Next level here.
让 EDG 成为全球第一款搭载 Orin 的量产车。Adam 拥有48个 CPU 内核，250。
Next level. NVIDIA, they're using a 4 quad processing integration for the computing for the vehicle. The car is a driving computer, almost like a supercomputer in a lot of ways, right? It is a driving supercomputer. And they're using NVIDIA's the Orin chips, the mod chips, the Orin modulator chips. Next level. Now it's interesting because NVIDIA also has an event coming up next week, NVIDIA Day. I think it's like January the 12th. Not only is NVIDIA probably gonna get a bump on their stock from this presentation because they see, you're getting to see that Orin chip being, used in this new Neo vehicle, right? Neo also, again, have an event they're coming up, I think, on January the 12th or the 19th. Go look it up. So that could be a good buy again ahead of the the event. And they may get a bump off this right here tonight too. Obviously, right? This chip is like crazy. It's a quad chip, which is really good, for redundancy values. It's crazy, right? It is crazy. They're gonna break it down. Y'all gonna see it.
56个矩阵运算单元，8096个浮点运算单元
，256 tensor core, 68 billion transistors. That's crazy.
算力高达1000。
You got a
16T
supercomputer on wheels. 1016 top value of processing value. Computing power. That's crazy, guys.
超过7个 Tesla。
That's crazy. Go look that up. What tops are. You'll see exactly what I'm saying.
总和
A car that's killing Tesla. That's killing Tesla. So this is 7 times stronger and better than Tesla's FSD computing power for the Tesla vehicles. 7 times. That's a positive for the stock. Trust me. That's killing Tesla. Killing Tesla. Let me move on.
拼马力，更要拼算力。
Basically, that was a shot fired moment. That was a shots fired moment at Tesla. Neo is outright saying, telling Tesla, we're coming for you. This tech right here is surpassing Tesla. Model 6, Y, the S, the E, all that. It's killing all that. From the tech perspective.
马力加算力是定义高端智能电动汽车的新标准。
A smart car, basically.
NVIDIA 的算法与软件架构能充分应用 Adam 的强大算力，通过2颗主控芯片实现 NVIDIA 的全站运算，包括多方案相互校验的感知、多元组合定位、多模态预测和决策， 充足的算力使得 NAD 在处理复杂交通场景时算得更多、算得更快、算得更准。Adam 拥有一颗独立的冗余备份芯片，任何一个主芯片失败 ，NAD 都能确保安全。不仅如此，整个超算平台的电源、影像和主控系统全都是热备份冗余设计。Adam 拥有一颗自动驾驶群体智能和个性训练的专用芯片，可以大大加快 NAD 的总体进化进度，同时又可以针对每个用户的用车环境进行个性化的本地训练，让每位用户的自动驾驶体验更好。未来超算平台 Adam 汽车智能新的起点。
The car has a supercomputer built into it. Those schematics were nothing short of a supercomputing power, a modulated system too. This is, I mean, again, this is that next level, right? That next level of technology where cars are going to be basically become supercomputers on wheels. You'll be able to conduct business, and all that, and then some, and have a living room experience inside your vehicle. Wi-Fi connectivity for your laptops, all that. And then the best cell phone connectivity, 5G, Snapdragon processing values for that. I mean, this is that next level stuff. Again, quad, man. Next level. Whooping Tesla. This is where they're beating Tesla right here. That part, right? It ain't even up for debate. Tesla don't have this level of computing. They have solid good stuff, but it ain't at this level.
ET7 的整车软硬件平台 ，NAD 的全站领先技术，让辅助驾驶到自动驾驶成为可能。拥有33个高精度感知硬件的 Aquila 超感系统，拥有1016T 算力的 Adam 超算平台，所有硬件 ET7 全部标配。
It's being Mercedes.
19项安全与驾驶辅助功能 ，ET7 全部标配。NAD 的完整功能
It's beating BMW.
按月开通、按月付费的服务订阅模式。
It's beating all of them.
AD as a service， 全球首创。
Next level, right there. That's a money moment. AD as a service, autonomous driving as a service. Not a prerequisite for the vehicle. Basically, you can pay for the autonomous driving services, so you can get all the new updates, all that, like a monthly fee. That's margin. That's smart. Wall Street gonna pick up on that, and I guarantee you, more the publications that's gonna come out next week, they're gonna talk about that. That's brilliant. Charge people for that extra feature. Like Tesla would do it with ludicrous mode, right? Neo, next level. Very key moment, selling point there. Yeah, you're right, brother man. It can day trade and everything. Right inside the car. Use that big 12.8, AMOLED screen, right, for charting. You just recline the seat back and day trade right inside the car. Better connectivity probably with the level of the shucks, man. If you think about it, the level of the Wi-Fi and cell phone connectivity in that vehicle would help you have a better signal because you don't have all this distortion like you have in the house, like a heater cutting on or AC or a vacuum cleaner or a hair dryer going off. That obviously causes disruption in what? Wi-Fi signal in your home, right? Well, inside your car, it kills all that, right? It deadens it. So you probably have better connectivity in your car than you have in your house with your internet or Ethernet. True story. Couldn't make this stuff up.
迎接未来 ，ET7， 一辆把想象变成现实的智能电动旗舰轿车。 ET7标配超过100项舒适、安全、智能化配置，从外观、空间、数字座舱、性能、自动驾驶。
Exterior, next level. Inside space value, next level. Digital cockpit, y'all seen that already. Next level. Performance, killing it. Next level, computing value. The autonomous driving, crushing Tesla. Crushing Tesla. 8 megapixels of what? Resolution? Crushing Tesla. And it has the LiDAR. What Tesla obviously has a problem with, but no, Tesla can't obviously get around it until they figure out how to build around that problem. So now Tesla going to end up having to use LiDAR for their full self-driving scenario, right? For that FSD. NIO ain't not going to even fight that technology. They already integrated and actually put it on the car. Crushing Tesla.
每一个方面都提供了极致的体验。ET7用户将获得6项服务权益，包括终身免费质保、终身换电优惠、免费。
Selling point. Lifetime warranties. Look at all them lifetime warranties. Lifetime warranties. Power swap battery, free home power, lifetime free roadside rescue, lifetime free out-of-town power service, lifetime free connectivity. Selling point. Lifetime. Crushing it.
专属充电桩，终身免费道路救援，终身免费毅力家电，终身免费车联网，一如既往。今天
There's the price.
我们将
So that's the price. So obviously it's in yuans or the renminbi, right? Chinese Asian money is yuan, right? Or the renminbi. So that 448, that's roughly around about what 48,000, somewhere around there USD. No, 67, I think. Y'all can do the conversion. And that's a 7 kilowatt battery pack. The 100 kilowatt battery pack for 506 yuan or renminbi, that's going to be roughly around about 78 or 79,000, right? That 506, that's about 78 or 79,000 for that 100 kilowatt battery pack for that kind of car. Now, actually, who wouldn't pay, 70,000, 80,000 for that vehicle, as opposed to a BMW or Mercedes? Think about that. And you get a tax credit because it's an EV, electrical vehicle. They got those clean energy tax rebates. That's about another $8,000 off the vehicle. So roughly you'll be paying about $70,000 or $60,000 to $50,000 for one of those vehicles. That vehicle, let that marinate. Obviously, if it's in America, it'd definitely be great, but that's the pricing. Now ask yourself, is that cheap? In relation to what the BMWs and cost, all that high-end stuff like that, Range Rover, all that stuff, and they got half that what that car got. Selling point.
正式开启 ET7 预售，按整车购买70度电车型补贴前价格44万8，是不是有熟悉的感觉？100度电车型补贴前售价50万6，采用BaaS电池租用方式购买，补贴前车价37万8，电池租用服务费70度电每月980元，100度电每月1480元。另外，我们还特别推出 ET7首发版，标配100度电池包、Napa 高级内饰套装、20英寸5伏鱼动轮圈和 NoMi Mate 2.0。
Of course, if you get the battery swapping program or that level of service, then the vehicle is actually cheaper. So you get, basically, subscription service value for battery swapping. They drop the price on the car too. So they really, and the Premier, of course, that's the top line. You can see here clearly. with all that, you pay a little extra, but the price of that even probably a little better. So it's 20-inch rims, wheels, whatever. The Nome Mate 2.0 service, so that upgrading that performance interior, premium interior, all that, full line battery, 100 kilowatt.
0 ET7 首发版，按整车购买，补贴田价就52.6万。
Yep, additional what, $3,000-$4,000 somewhere around there.
购买，补贴前车价
about $7,000-$8,000 somewhere around there.
电池租用服务费每月1480元。NAD 自动驾驶的完整功能，完全采用按月开通、按月付费的服务订阅模式，每月仅需680元。Nearpilot 的用户别忘了，你们还有6折和3折的含义啊。Ready for tomorrow， 迎接未来。从现在这一刻起，你就可以在未来 APP 预定你的 ET7了。ET7的预定意向金5000元，支付5000意向金，可在购车时抵1万车款。为了感谢大家的支持，现有车主，包括大金用户，购买 ET7将获得7000元购车优惠，加3万积分红包。创始版 ES8 创始版车主购买 ET7将获得1万元购车优惠，
discounts
加5万积分红包。
Massive discounts, they're massive.
我们将大体按照支付意向金的顺序交车。明年1季度 ET7将开启交付。大家理解一下，我们这里面用的先进的技术太多了。我们再看一下 ET7给我们带来的体验。
Ready for delivery by Q1 of 2022. That's based upon the model that they did, the models, with 70 kilowatt or the 100 kilowatt battery pack, not the 150. But nonetheless, all that, pre-order starts literally tomorrow or today at this point, since it's already, next day in Asia. You'll be able to get your car by, Q1 2022. Now, we sit and we wait and see how many people that's going to pre-order. The same way Tesla did with the Cybertruck. The pre-orders came in like crazy. They did with the Model Y, with Tesla, and people just start, flooding the website, pre-ordering. I expect to see the same with NIO. Those numbers tally will come out probably by the end of next week. We'll see how many people within that first week, pre-ordered this ET7 vehicle. It's going to be crazy. And keep in mind, this only in Asia too, because he don't offer it, anywhere else. All right, but eventually, of course, when they get across, state province lines, in this case, getting to Europe and America is going to be crazy. It'll be game over. That's it. Pick you up. See it. And free. LiDAR. LiDAR.
Ready for tomorrow， 迎接未来，这就是未来 ET7。NIO Day 的发布环节到此结束，我们先把 继续送下去哈。
是。
接下来，请允许我向大家介绍著名音乐人汪峰先生。他根据我们今年 New Day Always Forward 前行的主题，精心挑选了3首歌曲。首先是勇敢的心，这是对所有未来用户在过去几年中表现出来的勇气与信念的传世。第二首是当我想你的时候，我想对大家说的，他都会唱出来。第3首歌光明，祝愿我们每一个人，祝愿这世界上的每一个人都向着自己光明的未来不断前行。让我们稍后欣赏他的演出。
All right, that's it. Now, by God, all I can take from this Chinese Al Green right now. I can't do no more Chinese Al Green right now. My tolerance is going to go too far. Nah, it's cutting up a little bit, but yeah. So that's basically it, guys. They're gonna have a guy come out here and sing. Of course, as you saw, he just introduced this guy. You know, for the most part, of course, again, that pageantry, right? The culture building. You know, get them all excited. Woo them in. Drop that, that innovation, right? And serenade them on the way out the door, right? What better, marketing value than that? So a lot of believers were built tonight in that audience. I'm pretty sure. Not just that, around the world, for people who were somewhat looking at Neo like, okay, are they really about that life, right? Can they really compete with Tesla? Well, I'll let you be the judge of that. You saw the technology. You actually saw the vehicle, unlike, Nikola, right? The Nikola Badger truck, right? You saw that was a catastrophe, right? They only had a computer-generated rendering of the Nikola Badger. This is the actual vehicle you see as it is, rolled out. Now, if it could do all those things, that's still yet to be proven. Because now you have to start seeing all these kind of scenarios where they're taking it out and doing all this, that, and the third. But you actually have a finished product car right in front of you, right? Now it has to make sure owns up to all the things that it presented, or of course you could, if not, you can call it fraud. Do you think they were fraud people at this point? I probably think not, right? So because they already got SUVs out there on the road and selling. So this is the part where, again, the investor, you look at the entire space, you look at the vehicle, right? You look at the company, and you say to yourself, where's this company potentially going, right? So these events are like this for a reason, right? If you ever sat through one, I don't know if you guys your first time or not, but that's they get more, they up the ante more and more, especially these the EV company spaces, EV space I should say as a whole is still fresh and fledgling, right? They're going to benefit greatly in 2021, 2022, 23, 24. Not for the fact that they're just awesome technology and starting to capture people's attention, but we have a Democratic president that's all about clean energy and green initiatives. So Tesla stock finna get a nice little boost, right? They're going to get a nice little boost, and a lot of other these little subsidiary companies within that space. And even though you cannot buy a Neo vehicle in the United States, but you can invest in the stock. So the ideal of the Clean Energy Initiative is still going to carry over into Neo's stock price, right? Because people it's in the space. These algos are trained to buy any company that's within the space. Whether you could buy the product you not or not, the computers or the algos don't care. They're gonna say, "Yep, Neo's electrical vehicle, buy it." They pass a clean energy bill under Joe Biden, buy it. They got all this tax incentive rebate scenario, buy it. So that's more added juice to the fire beyond the fact that they're going to be doing their thing in China, selling their vehicles, getting into penetrating into Europe, which is their next move to get into Europe next, which they're already setting it up. They're gonna be selling these vehicles over there in Europe, right? The SUVs, of course, and then the ET7 gonna get over there. So again, next level, right? Next level, right? So that's it. Let's go. So again, take that into consideration, guys. Look at these things for that reason. This is that kind of stuff where you just like, man, right? Like, man, hey, what's going on, Sister G Deb in the building, right? They happy to have in the house, right? Peace around proper to you, right? Again, Sister Chris came in late too. You guys get it. So this is the part of that, again, how you take your game to the next level, right? How you take your game to the next level. And like I was saying earlier, since we was discussing that, you can all but imagine the news is already starting to circulate about what? Neo Day. The news is already circulating. Here's how you know it to be true, right? Right? You say to yourself, okay, well, let's go see what's popping out there then. It's been roughly well over 12 hours at this point, all right? 5 a.m. in the morning to 5 in the evening, right? So let's see, right? So you go over here and you go to a Google tab and you say, Neo, right? Neo Day News, right? When you said news, so what? 12, 13 hours, we just talked about that, right? Here's what Neo's first sedan to rival Tesla in China looks like, right? Excuse me. I use some chili peppers tonight, excuse me. Neo, the Chinese electric vehicle startup, unveils its new ET7 sedan. Neo Day 2020 EV maker shows off ET7 sedan, new power swap station, 150 kilowatt battery pack, right? Right here, Barron's, right? Barron's is a very reputable investment source, right? Barron's, Forbes, some of the people, Wall Street Journal. Little Barron says, Neo Day was a what? Blockbuster. Here's what the Chinese auto, blah, 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 whatever, right? Investors.com, Neo stock is in buy zone as new electric car long range vehicle. See, they already tell you it's in the what? In the buy zone. Now, if it sell off Monday because it's a buy the rumor sell the news, chances are people are going to buy that deal right on up. Right? If it don't open up and just skyrocket out the gate, hey, that's more plausible than it has done over this last, few Neo days, because this one here is monumental because of the fact that they finally began to show consistency in what they're trying to do. They did the same thing with Tesla, right? So this is really big for them. So investors.com is already saying, hey, or this IBD, Investor Business Daily, right? Heats up Chinese war with new electric car range battery, right? It heats up what, right? Basically, Chinese war, right, between them and Tesla, right? Even though you may mention XP and Li Auto, ultimately people just know it's all about them and then Tesla at this point. Just keep it 100. And look at that. See, government subsidies. 448,000 yuan at 69,000 for that value. So they are starting to get those benefits, or they will be getting those benefits, right? Or the subsidy scenario, right? So they're talking about what happened with the stock that jumped up thus far. LiDAR. So I'm happy we brought that up. So what are some of the companies that are going to benefit by way of this event that was name dropped or whatever? Right? We already know NVIDIA got their name called tonight with the process. So NVIDIA going to ride probably Monday. It's going to probably be up. See the company right here? The LiDAR technology stocks. Right? Velodyne, VLDR, and Luminar. Luminar, definitely. Luminar is always the next level, right? The guy that they have, matter of fact, here in America, one of the most foremost engineers of LiDAR, young guy too. He's very young. He's definitely in charge of this Luminar technology scenario. So this stock right here been doing really well over the past 2 months. If you go look it up, I've been in it and out of it a few times. Really good technology because again, that LiDAR is here to stay. No matter what Elon say, this stock, or this technology is here to stay. He actually ended up having to acquiesce to it at the end of the day, Elon, because he just don't have what it take to build that system that he really want at this point. So VLDR and laser, basically luminar technology, gonna be ones you want to look at, right? And you got Apple trying to come to the market with their scenario, right? Now, meanwhile, LiDAR also what Maker Ouster also said last month it would go public via what? There we go with another SPAC. Here we go with a blank check company, Colonnade, right? We didn't trade Colonnade before a few times, CLA, right? Cornerscape is another one. QS is the company that makes the what, right? This idea they surrounding the whole idea of the battery stuff, right? So let me see. We run over here, go to QS. As you can see, we're still on this same little page here. QS stock. Where the stock is at right now, right? They make what? Solid state lithium ion batteries for electric vehicles, right? Look what it stopped being over the past month. It went up and then it came back down, right? This could be big for them right now because NIO just unveiled that they're going to go what? With a solid state battery, right? With a solid state battery. Volkswagen already, investors of this company, Bill Gates, as you can see here clearly, right? So this company might get a boost off it as well come Monday. We'll see, right? So it went up and made a little run already, right? From 56 up near what? All the way up near 130 to $31. This stock went from, I remember it going up there too and hitting a couple. It went from 56 to 131, as you can see there clearly here, right? In about what, 5 or 6 days, right? This stock went all the way up to 131 bucks before it pulled back to where it basically under that would it fell from. Now it's bouncing here, right? Dead cat bounce, double bottom bounce, or whatever, right? From here, it can if it finds the floor, it's going to try to go back up to the upside. But ultimately, the stock is still up on a 6 month time span. The stock was traded at 12 bucks a share. This stock was at $12 a share, right? At the beginning of November, at $12, $13 a share, and went all the way up to 131. That kind of stuff. I mean, I couldn't make this up. LAZR, we spoke about that. You know what's going on with this stock. This stock has been doing really well, right? It's been doing you can see it right here. SPAC scenario. Another blank check SPAC, reverse merger play. Sitting at $10 forever, like forever, forever. It was at $10 a share forever, like most of these, holding companies do or whatever, and then they get, reverse merger engineered or bought. In this case, with the SPAC, the stock went from $10 all the way up as high as like near $42. And now, see where it's at now. And it's probably gonna get a bump Monday because again, if the market is up, meaning the overall market is up with no issues with the SPY, right? Trump and all that mess, then this stock should get a bump up that LiDAR news with NIO. All right, VLDR, we saw that one as well. You already know what the deal with that cheaper little stock, as you can see, kind of, got beat up on the, back end of the day, or come out a little bit throughout the, Friday, whatever, right? But again, you see where it came from, right? Start with 21 bucks, went up and hit a high around about 26. That's a nice little bag. It's a nice little bag in about 3 days. Right? 1 month chart, kind of see it chopping out, consolidating this little zone here. 6 month chart, start to see more of a what? Cut pattern here. Right? You see it here. Starting to see a cut pattern here. That rounded bottom scenario where you start saying to yourself, okay, if it can hold, right, we might get another breakout here. Maybe go test the all-time highs up here around about, well, if it's the all-time high at this point, 30 bucks and change, right? You got the 5-year chart, yeah. So up near that $30. So yeah, all-time high. Easy come test that. And it's starting to round and round bottom, curl up. We just saw the news, a lot of our news, right? All right. Also CL Colonnade. All right, Colonnade. Hold on, what's all this CL? I don't know what that is, but look at my stock. All right. There you go with this one. This was another little runner, Hold on, that's Colgate Palmolive. No, hold up. Is it CLA Colonnade? What was that ticker symbol? CL, is it CLA? I think it's CLA. I'm messing up. Yep, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, so Colonnade, again, acquisition corp, SPAC scenario, right? Again, saw the deal with that. You see what's going on here. Monthly chart, it was at $10 forever. Most of these SPACs are holding companies for they start acquiescing the stocks. They be like typically around about $8, $9, $10 a share. Right? That's typically how they trade. Holding companies, trusts, stuff like that, acquisitions companies, stuff like that. And then they break out. So $10 here went up as high as like 16. Right? Same scenario. Right? So you guys got something to work with. Y'all get it. You can go out there, do your own research, figure out what's within this space that could benefit off this. Because everybody eats and feeds off a certain stock, right? By way of their news. Sympathy plays, right? Sympathy breakout, sympathy runners, as they call them, right? It's just more ways to kind of see what's already out there by attention being brought to it, and see if these are good investments or good trades. Right? Nonetheless, either way, you're looking for opportunity, in those stocks. Right? So again, got a lot to work with here, guys. We have a lot of good data. That's why these events, long as they may be in some cases, in this case, this one's a long one, right? A lot longer than what battery day events at Tesla. But again, nonetheless, this is what you're looking for, right? So the news is starting to come in for this stock. As you can see, a lot of different publications are starting. They're getting excited about the stock, right? They're getting excited about whether it be a sell news, buy the rumor sell news event. We'll see. But again, people starting to show. See, Neo Day, Neo partners with NVIDIA to develop a new next generation, right? That's fresh out of the press. That's good for NVIDIA as a whole because again, NVIDIA has an event coming up on the next 2 or 3 days here, right? I think it's the 12th. I keep wanting to say that, but it's like the 12th, right? Go look it up, basically. So that's going to be a good moment for the stock to pop, right? So NVIDIA drive Orin SoC chips, right? Those are next level high performance chips, next level, right? Neo got 4 of them, right? 4 of them in their vehicle, 4 of them. Crazy, man. Crazy computing power. I mean, crazy computing power in a car, right? In a car. Right? So that's it, guys. So again, Barron here, clearly you see what's going on here. Right? Barron's pretty solid, right? They solid. So they're getting on, getting all excited about Neo in that perspective too. Okay, just do your research. But so that's that kind of understanding. Go do your research, but realize this is how we hunt. This is how we hunt, right? I'm pretty sure a lot of these stocks gonna be popping come Monday, especially if the markets are up, right? With no issues with the S&P 500. That is, some of these stocks should get a good boost, right? Neo might sell off initially, and then what? Pick back up. It may jump right out the gate and just keep riding. Who knows, right? Again, it already crossed over some major thresholds going into the event, so it already, made this move in a lot of ways, right? To be honest, and it was again a very easy trade. And that's why we were talking about it. We front loaded it and we banged off of it, made money off of it. Right? This was an easy little $1,200-$1,300 if you bought just 1 or 2 contracts. You bought 2 or 3 contracts. Of course, that you see the number that you could easily double, right? End up getting over 200% plus on my contracts per contract. I only bought 2, but again, got over 200% on both of them, right? Right. It cost me around about $2.45. End up cashing out well over that, well over that, up in the $700 some odd dollars, all right, per contract. So again, it was all a structured trade based upon going into the event, to buy the rumor, the hype, all that stuff. It was an easy trade. Bought right at that $48 level, swung, until that, the new pretty much into the new year, right? And the stock didn't disappoint, right? It did not disappoint, even with what was going on, like I said, in Washington. So, yeah, plan for it. And you got earnings coming up here. March 9th. Mark your calendars for that. And that'll be good for Neo. All right. So that's it, guys. So again, I know it's been late. I kept you here near midnight. Right. We're about to turn into some gremlins here in the next 2 minutes. Right. If you're on the East Coast, that is. But again, I just want to go through this because again, this is how we, filter, right? This is how we do our, separation, and the compare, contrast, and then all that. Make it make sense. Excuse me. Make it make dollars and cents. Find your investment thesis based upon you being able to make, do thorough research and due diligence, right? Because if you go on YouTube right now, everybody in they literally their mother got a what? a video surrounded behind what? Neo Day. I guarantee it. Right? I'm almost certain of it, right? If you go in there and put in like Neo Day, right? I bet you everybody probably got a video over here. Yeah, see, you already see it, right? Right. Oh, I ain't sharing that. I'm sharing that screen. Sorry. I'm all over here, still showing the chart, right? On them charts, right? Everybody got a video on Neo Day all of a sudden. Even got mine down here, right? With my little 16 people still hanging in there with me right now, right? Right? You know, meet Kevin. Why I'm not happy with Neo stock, right? Being over analytical, I'm pretty sure of it, right? Neo event day, right? This guy here, whoever, right? Nukem Finance, whatever. Wager, sauce though, whatever. Right? Of course, you see, like I said, you see mine. And Neo event itself, you got this guy here saying Neo over $200, right? He all super hungry and bullish over, I guess, right? A lot of people gonna be on here. Stock mode. This guy right here, he used to be an actual old finance professor, right? So in his case, he used to teach this at a college, and now he's just straight, trading or whatever, right? Right? So interesting, right? He a real big Neo bull, right? He's a really big Neo bull. Stock mode, right? Right, go check his channel out, right? Tom Nash. Tom Nash is crazy. He picked up what he called clout fame, right? He got clout fame on YouTube because he was the first one to go after Nikola when Nikola was, we found out that Nikola was a fraud. He was hitting Nikola so hard that the company put a cease and desist on his account at YouTube. Made YouTube basically pretty much just almost banned and closed his account out. He got with a lawyer. Turned out that it was obvious that Nikola couldn't do what they were trying to do to him, and he got his account reinstated, right? Because he hit him with the truth. He hit him with the Hindenburg articles and all that. And Nikola tried to close this guy down because he was exposing him. But he's back now, so of course you can see he probably liked what happened with the Neo Day. He's saying Neo just dropped a massive bombshell to the news. This Neo Day changes everything. So again, a lot of people are gonna start seeing a lot of mixed messages here and there, but this is how you do it. You just go cross-referencing people, see what they're saying about it. What else did people pick up on, and that others didn't catch, and what others caught that whatever, and you just round robin it. My brother over here, Chris saying, right? Chris been getting in for a minute, right? He already on it. See there, Neo Day, right? Ride it out, right now, right? Money in Motion, M Cash. A few people know him in the YouTube world. This guy M Cash, right? He been around for a minute. Right? Some of the people I know him. Rainmaker, new guy. He just came on the scene, right? But he started to pick up a little traction, a little bit though. All right, he's down to pick up a little traction here and there. Right, you got my buddy right here. Look at my brother here. Stock up in here, getting it in. Right, old school here. You see it, right? What's better going in, right? Everybody got a video coming out now. You see it? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? There's some females out there getting in too. For some of the ladies out there, hey, ladies, come on. There's some ladies out there getting it in too. So ain't nothing, this is not a male dominated environment only, right? This is women can come in and get it in too, right? Matter of fact, this one lady, she hold up. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Again, we get ready to log off and get off here, of course. Thank y'all for tuning in, being this patient with your brother. I hope y'all learned something from today's build, first and foremost, because that's what we hear about, right? We're here to learn and grow. And share, opportunity here in terms of good information. So hope, everything we've said thus far was, beneficial to you, right? In some form of fashion. Hold on, where's she at? Yeah, two smart money moves. She's solid. And JT Well, both of those are ladies, right? Smart money. She pretty, again, decent. Decent. Conversation in terms of how she does her analysis, right? Right. This is her smart money movie right here. See, she got a YouTube right here. She going in on. So some of y'all might check out from some of the ladies. Some of the ladies that's think about building up their YouTube channel to get into this space. That's why women do really good in this too. Right? And men gonna come because it's a woman. Right?
And no surprise to that. It was completely expected to be like that. See? I talked about it in my previous Neo videos as well. But nonetheless, it is exciting. So in today's video, we have a lot to talk about. Some major announcements made by the company and what we can expect the Neo stock price to be in the coming weeks. So hang tight and watch until the end to find out my price target. So without any delay, let's get right into it. Hello friends, welcome. If we haven't met, I'm Nancy here at Smart Money. Today, January 9th, 2021, NIO has launched the full-on
So she's a straight bull.
I don't know
So
about
JT,
you, but in my opinion, it's fresh and has a very aggressive feel to it. It's got the fancy dual beam headlight.
see, JT Wells is another one. You see her here. She been getting it in a little bit.
Simple tax returns only.
So yeah, I'm just showing this to inspire some of the women out there, right? Y'all can do this, man. Come on. Guys gonna show up just because there's a woman anyway. Y'all know how guys is. But women always have really good research. Women really good at research.
So let's get into it.
Man, she already got 13,000 views already on her stuff, right?
All right, guys, welcome back, and thank you so much for being here. Like I said, today we are discussing NIO and all of the exciting news from their NIO day. So in today's video,
yeah,
we'll take a look at what the NIO stock has done.
Man, let's build the YouTube channels up, guys. Let's go.
Some of the highlights that they unveiled today and see where this leaves their stock to go from here. And just before we get into all of that, this is your friendly reminder that if you enjoyed today's video, make sure you hit that like button and leave your thoughts in the comments down below. Also, don't forget to check out some of the links in our description, which includes for its recent run-up. Because as of close on Friday, NIO crept over the 59.
And YouTube full of this kind of stuff, right? This is the next news coming out Monday. So Monday, these two, this stock right here, you might want to pay attention to SB, charge points. Those two stocks right there, or it's a merger going forward, but you might want to check those out, right? You might want to check that out. They're supposed to end up getting a new ticker to charge point, right? They did the reverse merger. You know, we got another one that I posted over the Friday, LMFA, coming out with a SPAC with the ticker symbol LMAO. Laugh my blank off. Y'all already know. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? With a $10 particular what? Reverse merger, obviously buyout perspective in that regard for the new ticker. That stock obviously jumped up over 100% in the intraday and went up additional 50-60% after hours, right? I ended up getting to the stock around about what, low $2 area, right? It rolled up a little bit again up towards 3, right? So that one there got news coming out first thing Monday. They already did the SEC filing, the LMFA, right? That one gonna be the one to watch as well Monday, and as well as these two right here, SPE charge point scenario. Right. So again, that's how you follow. So just following everybody that's around here grinding, man. And this stuff ain't rocket science. I keep telling people, man. So it's just about how you hunt, how you position yourself to find money. So, like I said, with that being said, guys, I'm gonna get ready to get off here. It's been a late day. We went through this thing, put in some hours. We got it in, right? We did our NIO day, somewhat, I guess analysis. Even though I didn't hit all my points I have written down in my notes. Not the way I probably would have really did, but I'm gonna post my notes in the group so you guys can get them. Exactly what I took away from that. I wrote these notes like early today, like early in the morning today. I wrote these notes as I was watching the NIO day myself. So I was just listening. I was listening, watching. I was just writing down. I was writing down, putting them. So I'm gonna post them for you guys to have them. And going back over it now again, I was pretty thorough actually in writing these notes. The way I see that now after I was watching it again here. So. Kudos to that in that regard. So I'll share these notes with you guys as well. Of course, you can see them for yourself. You don't need my notes, but I'll just share them on GP. Right? These are the kind of moments of things on those notes that you want to pay attention to, right? And see how Wall Street responds to them. Again, come Monday or just in the future period. Right? And now, as you see on my picture here, that's the ET7. Right? This is, I guess, a more souped up one here. Of course, you see with the front grill, the way the grill looks like right here, very, awesome grill, right? The wheels, you see the wheels there, and you see I got the Iron Man logo with Elon Musk right there. This that Elon Musk killer edition version here, right? Elon Musk, I'm gonna kill this car. You coming against my business model? I'm gonna kill this car. So I got the Elon on the door panel there, right? So I had to clean it, dress it up a little bit, right? Yeah, so yeah, so interesting. So y'all get it. So hope y'all enjoyed the bill. I know I kept you here late. I know it's a Saturday night, excuse me. right? You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're hanging out with your brother, getting this stock information, this stock news. I hope it was beneficial to you in terms of your technical and fundamental analysis about the company stock. I hope it endeavors you to dig a little deeper in your research and becoming a better, more thorough researcher for this industry of craft that you're partaking in. And this is what it takes, right? This is what it takes. So this is how I find these stocks. This is how I'm able to front load them before the events kick off and FDA approvals and everything and mergers and SPACs, just like I just did with LMFA recently. The crypto ones, I've been hitting them altcoins, front loading those, been crushing those. This is how I go about working, guys. So ain't nothing separate me and you. Nothing, right? Y'all see this stuff, right? So this is how we rock, right? So stay hungry, stay humble, and let's get paid, guys. Let's get paid, man. Let's get paid, right? Yeah, I love it, right? Yeah, it looks like a touring edition. I agree. I agree, right? I totally agree, right? Right. So we on it, guys. So thank y'all, man. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I know it's late. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. All right. Well, 12. I might try to pop me old Dusty movie in. Y'all fall asleep. All right. So hope I get a chance to go live again tomorrow. That will be what I'm looking to do, right? I really want to be able to do that going into tomorrow because again we had some crazy turn of events with this whole last week in America, right? I'm curious to see how the market gonna react. Now that we got, I mean, all the Trump stuff, and even though the market still went up, but we know the market went up in a way where it looks like it's very extended, right? But obviously the markets don't care, right? It can always go a little higher. So I'm interested to see how the SPY going to react come next week. If not else Monday, because we still got a little bit more room to the upside on the S&P 500, regardless, right? Regardless of this whole Trump scenario, right? Market still can go a little higher, right? And so as of now, if you look at it from, let's say, let me move this over here, just real quick on the way out the door. On the way out the door here, market ended up very bullish, right? Of course, we up here near the overbought scenario on the daily, but markets don't care about that. Y'all know that, right? These markets ain't loyal. Right? Markets ain't loyal. Right? The Wall Streeters ain't loyal. So really quick on the way out the door, on the way out the door, look at the S&P 500 here. Right? It came down and bounced off that 20-day moving average. Again, we spoke about that at 366, and now it's bouncing. Right? It's bouncing here, right? And closed up bullish. Right? Right? But again, we're talking about everything that happened all last week. Just imagine that, and the market kept grinding up. This is all day last week. It just kept grinding up, even after you had that pullback, on Monday, the way that it did. It bounced up to 20. That was just an excuse for Wall Street to sell off a little bit so they could buy the dip. Classic Wall Street. And then literally four big bullish, four green bullish candles back to back. Just gapping up every single day or going up every day. And still got a little bit more run room here. Again, up towards, I'm not going to say it's going to make it 389 next week. You're going to have to be some really good, awesome news for that to happen. Not that it won't and it can't. But ultimately, I'm interested to see if this thing going to come back and test the 20-day moving average around about 367, or at least back down to fill this gap here around about 373. Right? If we can get that, that'll be, solid enough to kind of keep the, the trend alive, right? But it might even make it that far down if that. If you get lucky to even get it down to 377, unless something bad happened. But again, you still got some run room at the top of the linear regression band here. It can continuously keep, running up. We'll see though. Right. So the market is shrugging off all bad news. That's basically what I'm saying. My point is that it's just shrugging off bad news like it ain't no tomorrow. Right. It can care less. Right. It's that kind of mentality. Right. So again, we'll see. We shall see. And see how this market kind of goes from here. It's been one heck of a run. I mean, just going back on the daily here, it's been one heck of a run in this market, right? Since the coronavirus hit us, right? So yeah. All right, guys, I'm out of here, guys. It's late. Sorry. All right, sorry to give y'all the song. Thank you, Oba Marquise. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Uber Camille. Thank you, Oba Chris. Thank you, Jay Dillon, for coming through my Oba Jonas in the house today. Roommate, college roommate in the building. Right. Thank you, family Ghost Ackermans, for coming through. Right. Thank you. Who else we had? Brother Mathis, of course. Our sister G Deb came through this way. Oba Brandon, as always. Oba Caesar in the building. Everybody in the back chat that wasn't, able to type, just hung in and hung out with us. Opa Chris Coast in the house. Our family legendary eights in the house as well. Thank you for coming through. Our brother Jay Shelton came through today. Happy to see that, the brother in the house as well, the family coming through. Everybody that, again, that tuned in, that was a part of this build. Thank you, family Messiah. He came through as well, right? Family coming through from all walks over here. Family DMV came through today as well, right? Yeah, we teach options. He asked that question, who teach option? We share all day. Any information you need about option trading as a general, connect with us. We'll help you out, right? Everybody, family CG3 came through today as well. Make sure you ain't miss anybody that's in the back chat at least. Our family Steven Cycle, right? Or Cycle, it's been how you, I guess, pronounce it, right? A sickle, right? Um, Appreciate having him in the house as well, right? Again, everybody that came through. Everybody that came through. Appreciate you a million, right? And I'll see you guys again, hopefully later on today, since it's Sunday now, right? For a pre-market prep for what? Monday's futures market, or Monday's pre-market market, I should say, and Sunday's futures market. All right, guys. So, Sim Hotel, as I always say, peace, power, profit. On Bantu, I am because we are. Right? We equal at this thing. Let's get it. See you all in the next one, guys. Peace, power, and profit, everybody. Peace.